Welcome to the Nerdjacker's Codex Vault. Today we are reading the first book, Aromatics, of the Herbal by Greek physician and pharmacologist Dioscorides, translated by Tess Ann Osbaldeston. Preface Part 1, Dedication. Dearest Arius, although many of the writers nowadays, as well as those in ancient times, wrote discourses on the preparations, strengths, and dosage of drugs, I will attempt to prove to you that I did not choose to undertake this through vanity or impulsiveness. Some of those authors did not complete their attempts, while others copied previous historical documents. Iollas from Bithynia and Hexaclides from Tarentum briefly considered the subject, but they completely omitted any systematic discussion of herbs and ignored metals and spices. Crateuas, the rhizotomist, and Andreas, the physician, seem to have had greater knowledge of this particular area than most, but have ignored many extremely useful roots and gave meager descriptions of many herbs. Still, I must admit that, although they told us little, the ancients applied great effort in their work. I am not completely in agreement with most modern writers, among them Julius Bassus, Niceretus and Petronius, Niger and Diodotus, who are all poets. In a way, they have condescended to describe commonplace information familiar to all, but they have explained the strengths of medicines and their properties briefly, not considering their value by personal experience, but by worthless discussion created needless controversy regarding each medicine, and in addition they have mistakenly recorded one thing for another. So Niger, who it seems is a man of importance among them, declares euphorbion to be the juice of a camellia that grows in Italy. Andrasamon is considered the same as hypericon, and aloe is a mineral found in Judea, and in the face of contradictory evidence, he reports an abundance of untruths, which proves that he obtained his information from erroneous gossip, not from personal experience. Additionally, they have erred in the categorization of medicines. Some associate those of quite different powers, others establish an alphabetical system of their constituents, and thus separate types and activities of herbs which are similar, so that they become harder to remember. From my youth, I have had an unceasing inquisitiveness regarding knowledge of this subject, and I have traveled widely. As you know, I was a soldier, so I have taken your advice and assembled all that I have discussed and have written it down in 5 books. I dedicate this collection to you, as a token of my grateful appreciation for the friendship you have shown me. You are always a ready friend to anyone obsessed by knowledge, particularly in this profession, and even more especially to myself. It is clear from the love that my General Licinius Bassus has for you that you express a loving benevolence that I experienced. I also noticed, when I stayed with you, the unsurpassing generosity that you shared. I ask that you and all who may read these discussions will not consider so much the value of my words as the effort and practical work that I have based the work on. With careful investigation, since I know many plants personally and others from previous writings that are generally approved of, and patiently inquiring by questioning the local inhabitants about each type of plant, I will attempt a different classification, and also try to explain the varieties and uses of each one of them. Obviously, we can agree that a systematic discourse on medicines is necessary, as this is the basis of the entire profession of healing and gives considerable aid to every discipline, so that the scope may fully cover methods of preparation, compounds, and tests on illnesses. And because information about each individual drug is necessary for this, I intend to assimilate things that are common knowledge and those that are somehow related, so that the information will be exhaustive. First, it is necessary to pay attention to storing and gathering plants, and only at the proper harvest time, for unless care is taken, drugs can either be potent or become useless. Herbs should be collected on a sunny day, as it matters considerably if it is raining when the harvest is gathered. The places they grow also matter. Specific medicinal herbs are stronger or weaker if found on hills and mountains, if exposed to winds. If their position is cool and arid, their strength can rest entirely on such conditions. Healing herbs located in the open or in bogs and dark places that do not permit the circulation of air are generally of poorer strength, particularly if they are collected at the wrong time or are rotten and of inferior quality. We must remember that plants often mature sooner or are delayed depending on the peculiarities of the locale and the variability of the seasons. And although certain herbs by their very nature are winter growing and flowering, some may flower more than once a year. It is essential that someone wanting to be an accomplished herbalist should observe the first new growths of the herbs, as well as their mature expression and their eventual decline. Otherwise, a person seeing only a new shoot will be unable to identify the same flourishing plant, and having seen only its full growth will not know the seedling. Due to varieties in the forms of leaves, the proportions of stems, and the appearances of flowers and fruits, and certain other familiar features, those who have neglected careful examination in the right manner have committed serious errors. This is why certain writers have erred grievously in their discussions of certain herbs, saying that they have no stalks, fruit, or flowers, mentioning gramen, tesselago, and quinquefolium. So the individual who continually examines plants growing in different localities will learn the most about them. Furthermore, it is important to note that among medicinal herbs only black and white hellebore keep their potency for a long time. Most other plants are viable for up to 3 years. Branching plants such as stocas, chimadries, polion, abratonum, seriphium, absinthium, and hyssopum, etc., must be harvested when they are full of seed. Flowers must be collected while still on the plant. Fruits must be allowed to ripen, and seeds should be starting to dry, but still on the plant. To express the plant liquids, use stems and leaves that are new. To collect roots for storage, or to press out their liquids, or to remove their coverings, wait until the leaves start to fall off the plant. Clean roots can be stored right away in places that are not damp. However, any soil adhering to the roots should be rinsed off with water. Blossoms and perfumed materials must be kept dry in limed boxes, but certain plants are adequately stored in paper or leaf wrappings to protect the seeds. Preparations that contain resinous saps require substantial containers from which insects, such as silver, glass, or horn, even thick ceramic pots are only partially acceptable, and wood, especially cedar wood. Brass receptacles are ideal for eye medicines, liquids, and unguents, and including vinegar, liquid pitch or cedria, the oil of cedar, but fats and marrow should be stored in tin boxes. Preface Part 2. Places that are mentioned. Acre in Israel, a large bay on the South Levant coast and main port for Galilee, the Hauran and Damascus, known as Ptolemais to the Romans, a part of the Seleucid Empire. Adria, a town in Italy between Ravenna and Venice, at the mouths of the river Po. Adriatic coast, the sea between Italy, Yugoslavia, and Albania, a portion of the Mediterranean, from the Gulfs of Trieste and Venice in the northwest to the Strait of Otranto in the southeast, where it connects to the Ionian Sea. Sais Aetolia, Aigai, which is now known as Vergina, is a town in North Pieria overlooking the coastal plain of Macedonia. Aetolia, a federation of rural cantons in west-central Greece, lay north of the Gulf of Corinth, with Acarnania to the west, Dolopians in the north, and Aenus, Malus Doris, and Ozalian Locris to the east. Africa. African originally this was the coastal plain of today's Tunisia, Numidia being inland. At the height of the Roman Empire, Africa was regarded as all of the African continent bordering the Mediterranean Sea, sometimes indicating Ethiopia, which was also known as Abyssinia. Acaria. In the Sarmatian, the Agari were a Scythian people of Sarmatia Europea, on the shore of the Palus Maotis, which is now known as the Sea of Azov. They were skilled in medicine. Sarmatia, in southern Russia between the Caucasus and the Danube, is now called Scythia. In Dioscorides' time, Scythia was the country south of the Danube Delta in modern Romania, now called the Dobruja. Its inhabitants were the Scythae or Scythians. After 395 CE, the northern province of the Diocese of Thrace in Greece was called Scythia. Pontus was on the southern shore of the Black Sea. Agrigento, a city and province of southern Sicily, with Palermo to the northwest. Albania, the smallest country of the Balkan Peninsula in southeast Europe. Yugoslavia is to the north and northeast, Greece to the south and southeast, and the Adriatic Sea is on the west. The people are descended from Illyrians and Thracians. Alexandria, an Egyptian seaport on the Mediterranean, west of the canopic mouth of the Nile River, northwest of Cairo, seat of the Roman prefecture of Egypt, its original site protected by Pharos Island and the Pharos Lighthouse, one of the seven wonders of the ancient world. Haliartus, in Boeotia. Haliartus was an ancient town in Boeotia on the south of Lake Kopais. Boeotia is a district of Greece to the northeast of Corinth. The Copaic Basin is in the north, the Ismenian Plain in the south. Thebes, named after the Egyptian town, is its main city. Attica is to the south. Alps, a mountain range in Europe from the Apennines of the Italian peninsula to the Carpathians and the Dinarics, used to indicate habitat rather than position at times. Amanus, a hill in Cilicia, the Amanus-Lebanon Mountains in the northeast Mediterranean Levant, near Iskenderun, Turkey. Amalum, Amelia, or Ameria, is a city in Umbria, Italy. Aminae and Aminios was the name of a rivulet near the hill city of Thonica, in Parasia. Andros Island, a large island of the Cyclades group in the Aegean Sea, divided from Euboea by the Douro Channel, with the city of Andros on its west coast and the port of Gaurion for a harbor. It was first occupied by the Ionians, and in 1832 became a Greek territory. Boeotia, Boeotican, a district of Greece to the northeast of Corinth. The Copaic Basin is to the north, the Ismenian Plain to the south. Thebes, named after the Egyptian town, is its primary city. Attica forms the southern border. It is now known as Voiodia. Bosporus, a strait connecting the northeast Black Sea with the southwest Sea of Marmara. It separates European Turkey and Istanbul from Asiatic Turkey and Üsküdar. Bosporus, meaning ox ford, was named after the goddess Io. It is 20 miles long, with turbulent water and strong conflicting currents. Brittany, the Armorican peninsula of northwest France on the Atlantic coast, home to Celtic tribes. Brutia Brutium, Brutius, Brutiona Major, also Brutii, is the southern extremity of Italy. Buni. The Buni were the race of the Liburni, later called Illyrians, dwelling between the Arsa and the Titius River, on the northeast coast of the Adriatic. Campania around Nola. This is an area on the west coast of the Italian peninsula along the Tyrrhenian Sea, with the Garigliano River to the north and the Gulf of Policastro to the south. It extends inland to the Apennines. Ager Campanus was the plain behind Naples. Mount Vesuvius is on the coastal plain, and Nola is a city on the plain. Canopus, Canopus, an important city on the coast of Lower Egypt near the western mouth of the Nile. Cappadocia, a region in Asia Minor between Lake Tata and the Euphrates. The northern part became Pontus. The Taurus and Anti-Taurus mountain ranges are in the southeast. Caria, an ancient country in southwest Asia Minor, with the Aegean Sea to the south and southwest, Ionia and Lydia to the north, and Lycia and Phrygia to the east, and including the islands of Rhodes and Kos. The mainland now belongs to Turkey. Carthage, New Carthage, Carthago Nova, Cartagena, city and nation, originally the Phoenician colony of Tyre, on the east coast of modern Tunisia, called Kart Hahasht in Semitic, meaning new town. Tunis is situated almost on the city of ancient Carthage, and Tunisia is essentially the territory of Carthage. Cartagena, the greatest Carthaginian stronghold in Spain, is southeast of Madrid in Spain. This port has a beautiful natural harbor. Celts, Celtic, Celte, Galate, Galli, used for people of northern and western Europe who were not Iberian. Later the Germans were considered distinct. Celtic is an Indo-European language, still spoken in areas of Wales and Ireland. Centurifinum, an ancient town of the Siculi in Sicily at the foot of Mount Etna, on the road from Cara to Panormus. Cerronian Mountains, also known as the Taurus, Moskic, Amazonian, Caspian, Karatic, or Caucasus. Chalcedon, a town in northwest Asia Minor on Bithynia, the peninsula between the Black Sea and the Sea of Marmara. Chalcis, a town on the Greek island of Euboea. Caracian. Carax was the name given to several small cities, originally military stations, the most remarkable at the mouth of the Tigris River. Chelidonia. Chelidonia Insulae, 5 small islands off the promontory Hera or Chelidonia on the south coast of Lycia. Isle of Chios, Chian from Sdios in the Aegean Sea, a Greek island in the Aegean Sea near the central west coast of Asia Minor. Chios on the east coast is the capital. It was settled by Ionians. Cilicia near Gentius in Cilicia, a region of southeast Asia Minor between Pamphylia and Syria, from the coast to Mount Taurus. The great highway of Asia Minor passed through the coastal province of Cilicia. Trachea and the inland plains Ciliciapedias. In the time of Dioscorides, it was part of the Roman province of Syria Cilicia Finis. Also known as Little Armenia, it is now part of Turkey. The Cilician Gates, which was known as Kulakbogaz in Turkish, a pass through the Taurus Mountains, connects Konya in the Anatolian plateau with Tarsus and Adana in the Cilician plain. Gentius is otherwise unknown. Simolia, Simolis, Simolos, Kimolos, or Argentiere, an island in the Aegean Sea, one of the Cyclades between Sifros and Melis. Sko, possibly Kos, a Greek island in the Aegean Sea off the southwest coast of Caria in Asia Minor, one of the Sporades Islands, settled by Dorians from the Argolid northwest of the Peloponnesus Peninsula, the center for the school of medicine founded by Hippocrates. Kolkis, Kolkidison, Kolkos, Kolchis, now named Vanis, is on the Black Sea in Georgia, south of the Caucasus Mountains in the delta of the Phasis River, which is now known as Rioni. Jason and the Argonauts undertook the voyage from Iolcus in Thessaly in 1280 BCE to search for the golden fleece at Colchis. Up to the 1930s, fleece were gilded by pegging out sheepskins in the rivers originating in the Caucasus to gather gold particles. Colophon, a town in Ionia, Asia Minor, north of Ephesus and south of Smyrna. Comacino. Commagene is the northeast district of Syria and part of the Greek kingdom of Syria. Kun, possibly Kous, Kos, one of the Sporades Islands. Corinth, a Greek town on the Isthmus of Corinth which separates Peloponnesus from the rest of Greece. Corycia, on the slopes of Mount Parnassus near the Corinthian Gulf, hosted the most famous oracle of ancient Greece. The Corycian cave was dedicated to Pan and the nymphs, with nocturnal dancing and wild bacchanalian orgies. Crete, Creta, Cretan, the largest Greek island in the Aegean Sea, south of Athens and the Dardanelles Straits. Mount Ida is located at Crete. Cumae, city in Campania, Italy, west of Naples. Cyclades, Cyclades, Cycladian Islands, a large group of islands in the Aegean Sea off the southeast coast of Greece, with a circular distribution around Delos. Larger islands include Naxos, Andros, Tinos, Syros, Mykonos, and Santorini, which was also known as Thera. Cyparician, Cyparissus, a small town in Phocis on Parnassus near Delphi. Cyprus, Cypriote, Cyprian, a large island in the eastern Mediterranean, south of the Turkish province of Silida, mostly Greek, partly Turkish. Cyrenaica, the northeast province of Libya. Cyrene, chief population center of Cyrenaica, inland from the port of Apollonia. Cyzicum, Cyzicinian. Cyzicus was a Greek city in Phrygia, Asia Minor, on the southern shore of Propontis, which is now known as Sea of Marmara. Dacia, the Transylvanian plateau with the Danube River and the Carpathian Mountains to the east and south, now central Romania. Occupied by Thracians, Scythians from South Russia, Celts and others, who spoke a Latin dialect eventuating in Romanian. Dacia is today the northwest portion of Bulgaria. Dicaearchia, founded by Greeks from Samos as Dicaearchia and named Puteoli by the Romans. Today it is Pozzuoli, a city in Naples province, Campania, Italy, on a promontory in the Gulf of Pozzuoli. Damascus, capital of Syria and of the province of Damascus, which was known as Esh-Sham or Damashq in Arabic in southwest Syria, on the Barada River and the eastern side of the Anti-Lebanon Mountains. Southeast of Beirut, Lebanon and the Mediterranean Sea, one of the first permanent cities in the Middle East. Egypt, a country at the northeast part of Africa, surrounded by the Mediterranean Sea, Israel, the Red Sea, the Sudan, and Libya. Elis, in Achaia. Elis, a city in the province of the same name in classical Greece, was west of Arcadia, south of Achaia, and north of Messenia, with its coastline along the Sicilian Sea. Achaia is a province south of the Gulf of Corinth. Elis was not in Achaia. Enna, in Sicily. Enna, formerly called Castrogiovanni, and even earlier Umbilicus Sicilia, is a province and capital city in central Sicily, south of Palermo and west of Catania. It has the highest elevation of any Sicilian city. Ephesus, Ephesian, a city in Asia Minor settled by Ionians at the mouth of the Cayster River, south of Smyrna, which is now known as Izmir. The Temple of Artemis and its successor, the Temple of Diana, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, was here. Eretria, a city in the Greek province of Euboea, north of the Euboean Gulf, with Boeotia and Attica to the south on the Gulf. Ethiopia, also known as Abyssinia or Ethiopia, an empire in northeast Africa founded by Semitic immigrants from southern Arabia. Etruria, Hetruria, Tyrrhenia, Tuscany. Etruria, a territory in northwest Italy, had Cispadane Gaul to the north, Umbria to the east, and Latium to the south. The Tyrrhenian Sea is part of the Mediterranean and Etruria's western boundary. The Etruscans were Tyrrhenians to the Greeks and Tusci or Etrusci to the Romans. They were possibly Lydian settlers who merged with local Umbrians. At one time their influence extended across the Apennines to the foothills of the Alps and south to Naples and Rome. The Etruscans were incorporated into Rome. Euboea, an island on the east-central coast of the Greek peninsula, the second largest Aegean island, now Evoi. Gagas, rivermouth, Gagae, a town on the coast of Lycia, east of Myrrh and the source of Gagate or jet stone. Galatia, in Asia, region of Asia Minor, a portion of Phrygia with Bithynia and Paphlagonia to the north, Lycaonia and Cappadocia to the south, Pontus on the east, and the remainder of Phrygia to the west. It was settled by Gallic or Gallo-Grace tribes. Galatia, islands of, near Massalia, the Stocades Insulae, 5 small islands in the Mediterranean off the coast of Gallia Narbonensis and east of Massilia. Old names included Proti, Mies, and Hypaea. Gallia near the Alps, Gaul, Gallia, Gallica. Gallia was used before the time of Julius Caesar to indicate all the land inhabited by the Galli or Celtae, including most of northern and western Europe and the British Isles. Transalpine or farther Gaul included modern France, Belgium, parts of Germany, Switzerland, and the Netherlands. Cisalpine or Hither Gaul was the Po Valley area in Italy. Ganges River, India, rising in Uttar Pradesh south of the Himalayas, then flowing over the Hindustan plain to the Bay of Bengal, the great holy river of India. Gilead, a mountainous region of Transjordan east of the Jordan River from the Dead Sea to the Sea of Galilee. Greece, Greek, the southern part of the Balkan Peninsula except for some Turkish islands, the Aegean Archipelago, and the islands of the Ionian Sea. To the north are Albania, Macedonia, and Bulgaria. In the northeast, the Maritsa River separates western Greek Thrace and eastern Turkish Thrace. The Aegean, Mediterranean, and Ionian Seas surround the rest of the mainland. Gymnesian Isles, called Balears, see Balears, Spain, Balearic Islands. Helicon, the Helicon, which was also known as Helicon Oros, is a mountain in Boeotia, north of the Gulf of Corinth, near Mount Parnassus and the Parnas Mountains, which was also known as Pateros Oros. Hellas on the river Anigris. Anigris was a small river in the Tryphilian Elis, noted for its foul smell and healing powers. See Elis. Heraclea of Pontus, which was also known as Heracleodia, properly called Heraclea Pontica, a town on the Black Sea coast of northwest Turkey, east of Üsküdar and northwest of Ankara, destroyed by the Romans in the Mithridatic Wars, which was fought between 88 to 66 BCE. Modern Arigli is built on the site. Hierapolis, a city of Great Phrygia, near the Maeander River, also the name of the city formerly called Bambis in the northeast of Syria. Iberia, the Iberian Peninsula, is today occupied by Spain and Portugal. The Iberian language, spoken in Spain and southern Gaul as far north as the Garonne River, may be related to modern Basque. Idia, or Pisilaridi, the highest mountain in Crete. Illyria, an ancient country to the east of the Adriatic Sea. The area includes areas of modern Albania, Montenegro, Herzegovina, and Yugoslavia. Illyria was known as Dalmatia in Roman times, with Skadra, which is Shkodër in present Albania, its principal city. India, separated from the rest of Asia by the Himalayan mountains, the Indian subcontinent includes Pakistan and Bangladesh. To the north are Iran, Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, China, Nepal, Bhutan, and Myanmar. To the south lie the Bay of Bengal, the Indian Ocean, and the Arabian Sea. Ionia, on the west coast of Asia Minor, along the Aegean Sea between Mysia and Caria, with Lydia to the east, the valley of Hermus in the north, and the Maeander Valley in the south, and Castris, the central valley. It was founded by Ionians. Isiaia, the Jewish people. Istria, Istrus, a peninsula at the northern end of the Adriatic Sea, now mainly part of Croatia, divided from the mainland by the Monte della Vena, the highest peak being Monte Maggiore. Only Trieste is still Italian. The original Illyrian people were called Histri because the region was drained by the Hister, which is now known as Danube River. Italy, Italia, a peninsula extending from the European continent southward into the Mediterranean, with the Adriatic Sea on the east. To the north it is edged by the Alps of France, Switzerland, Austria, and Slovenia. The earliest settlers may have been Italiciarians from the north. Etruscans from Asia Minor or the Orient arrived on the Tuscan coast, and Greeks settled in the south. The plains south of the Tiber River, known as the Latium, were settled by Latins, in due course becoming Rome. Ancient Italy was south of this and north of Sicilian Italy, from the Adriatic to the Mediterranean. By the time of Dioscorides, the Romans had conquered all of Italy. Judea, a division of Palestine under the Romans who later integrated it with Syria, eventually making Judea and Samaria the unified province of Palestina Prima. Kissus Sissus, a town in Macedonia on the mountain of the same name. Lacedaemonia. Lacedaemon was the Eurotas Valley, occupied by the Lacedaemonians. Ancient Sparta, situated on the Acropolis Hill on the west bank of the Eurotas River, was the chief city of Laconia in the southeast Peloponnesos. Latins, Latini, the Italici tribe who settled Latium, the territory south of the Tiber River among the Alban Hills where the city of Rome developed. Lemnos, Limnos, an island of the Greek archipelago in the Aegean Sea, between the Chalcidice, which was also known as Chalcidic Peninsula in northern Greece and Turkey. Lesbos, now Lesvos, also called Mytilene after its main town, a Greek island in the Aegean Sea near the west coast of Asia Minor. Theophrastus was born at Eresus on this island. Lesbian means from Lesbos. Libya, which was in Africa. Libya is a state in North Africa, south of the Mediterranean, with Egypt, the Sudan, Chad, Niger, Algeria, and Tunisia as neighbors. Its two coastal provinces are the ancient Cyrenaica and Tripolitania, both part of the Roman Empire. Cyrenaica was settled by the Greeks, and Tripolitania by the Phoenicians. Africa was sometimes used to indicate Cyrenaica, Libya, or the lands beyond. Liguria, Ligurian Alps, on the Apennine, a hill bordering the Alps. Liguria is a region of Italy along the north shore of the Gulf of Genoa, which was known as Ligurian Sea at that time up to the Maritime Alps and the Ligurian Apennines. Its main city is Genova. The Apennine mountain range extends along the Italian peninsula, forming the watershed for the entire peninsula. The Ligurian Apennines stretch from Bocchetta dell'Altare west of Savona, which is now known as Bormida River, to Lacisa Pass, north of La Spezia, which is now known as Magra River, sloping steeply to the Ligurian Sea, and gently on the north to the Po Valley. Liparis, Lipara. The Lipari, which was also known as Aeolian Islands, are an archipelago of 7 islands and 10 islets off the northeast coast of Sicily. Aeolus was the mythical king of the winds. Lucania, Lucanian, an area of southern Italy, now called Basilicata, with the Gulf of Taranto in the Ionian Sea and the Gulf of Policastro on the Tyrrhenian Sea, northward to the Ofanto River. To the west are the Lucanian Apennines. Lycia, a district on the south Mediterranean coast of Asia Minor with Caria on the west, Phrygia and Pisidia on the north, and Pamphylia on the east. The Taurus mountain range is prominent, and the main river and city are Xanthus. Macedonia, and by the river Haliopmon, the south of the Balkan Peninsula includes Greece, Bulgaria, and Macedonia. Macedonia was originally only the area between Lake Castoria and the Haliakmon, which is now known as Aliakmon River. By the time of Dioscorides, it included the area of Macedonia within today's Greece. Magi, the Magi tribe of Media, a class of Zoroastrian priests in ancient Media and Persia, reputed to possess supernatural powers, being specialists in divination from dreams, astrology, and magic. In Dioscorides' time, the name was used for those claiming occult powers of Babylonian or Oriental origin. See Media. Magnesia in Caria. Magnesia ad Sipylum, now called Manisa, is the capital of a vilayet in west-central Turkey, near Smyrna, which is now known as Izmir on the Aegean Sea coast, in the Hermus, which is now known as Gidiz River Valley. See Caria. Massaliotica, possibly Massalia, Massilia, now Marseille, France. Mecca, one of the twin capitals of Saudi Arabia, on the west coast of the Arabian Peninsula, east of Jeddah, its port on the Red Sea. Media, a kingdom in northwest Persia ruled by the Medes or Madai tribes originally from southern Russia. Median territory lay from Susiana in southern Persia to the Halis River in central Asia Minor. See Magi. Megara, capital of Megaris, opposite the island of Salamis near Athens. Melia. Meliani was an inland Chaonian town in southern Albania. Melos, an island in the Cyclades group in the Aegean Sea, north of the Sea of Crete, and the island of Crete, now Melos or Milo. Memphis in Arcadia. Memphis was the capital of ancient Egypt, south of Cairo across the river Nile. The Egyptian name was Men-Nefer, or Memphis in Greek. Its sacred name Hekupta indicated house of the Ka, which means genius, of Ta, its great god, or Aegyptos in Greek. Memphis cannot be traced in Arcadia. The department Arcadia lies in the Peloponnesus in southern Greece. Messenia, an area in the Peloponnesus, south of Arcadia and Syrtis, west of Laconia, now Messenia, forming the Gulf of Messenia in the Mediterranean. Mosul, the second largest city of Iraq, on the west bank of the Tigris River, northwest of Baghdad in the region formerly called Assyria. Its Aramaic name was Hesna Brea. Ancient Nineveh is east of Mosul on the east of the Tigris River. Mysia, in the Hellespont, Asia. Mysia was the northwest province of Asia Minor, with Pergamum the capital city, on the Caicus River, with the Aegean Sea to the west, and the Hellespont, which was known as Dardanelles at that time, on the northwest. The Hellespont is the narrow strait from the Aegean Sea to the Sea of Marmara. Nabatea, which was in Arabia, a kingdom in the Middle East in the northwest of the Arabian Peninsula, now called Jordan, east of Palestine, surrounded by Syria, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and the Gulf of Aqaba. Narbona, near Spain, first called Narbo Martius, the first Roman colony in Gaul, named Narbona in the time of Dioscorides, now Narbonne. It is a city in southern France in the department of Aude, east of Carcassonne near the Mediterranean. Gallia Narbonensis indicated all of southern France in Roman times. Naxos, Naxion, the largest island of the Cyclades group, a Greek archipelago in the South Aegean Sea. New Carthage, in Spain, a port on the Mediterranean Sea in the province of Murcia in southeast Spain, southeast of Madrid, a magnificent natural harbor called Carthago Nova by the Romans, now Cartagena. See Carthage. Nile River, the world's longest river, its farthest source being the Kagera River near Lake Tanganyika. It flows along the Rift Valley, the edge of the Abyssinian Plateau, the Red Sea Hills, the Sudanese Plain, the Nubian Desert, a Libyan limestone trough in Egypt, then into the extensive Nile Delta below Cairo, and into the Mediterranean Sea. Nisyrus, a small island in the Carpathian Sea near the Triopian promontory of Caria. Olympus, mountain in Lycia. A number of mountains in Greece, Asia Minor, and Cyprus were named Olympus, the most famous being the Greek Olympus Thessalis in North Thessaly, Olympus Bithynis at Uludag near Bursa in northwest Turkey, and Olympus in Lycia, Asia Minor. See Lycia. Osthanes. Osta was a city of the Indian people, the Saramnai, which is now known as Ramnai. Austrasian, Ostra, Austranes, a town in Umbria in the territory of the Senones. Pacinum, promontory near Syracuse, the cape on the southeast tip of Sicily, south of Syracuse in the Mediterranean Sea. Palmyra, in Syria, Palmyra i.e. Palm City, its Arabic name Tadmor, is an oasis northeast of Damascus. Pamphylia, a narrow strip of the south coast of Asia Minor between Lycia and Cilicia, bordering on Pisidia. Paros, Parian, one of the larger islands of the Cyclades group south of the Greek mainland in the Aegean Sea. Parnassus, a mountain in the Pindus range in Greece north of the Gulf of Corinth, in the territory of Phocis. The town and temple of Delphi were on its southern side. Mount Lycoria, one of its twin peaks, is the site of the Corycian Grotto. Peloponnesus, the mainland peninsula of Greece, south of the Gulfs of Corinth and Patrai, with the narrow Isthmus of Corinth joining it to Attica. Its provinces Arcadia and Argolis included the towns of Sparta and Olympia, site of the Olympic Games, now Peloponnesus. Perga, important ancient city of Pamphylia between the rivers Catarrhactes and Sestris, on a little island northeast of Italia. Persia, the southwest Asian country, original home of the Aryan race, and now Iran. The Persian Empire of ancient times extended from Egypt to the Indus River. The Mesopotamian civilizations of Sumeria, Babylonia, and Assyria preceded it. Petra, in Judea, a city in Jordan, capital of the Nabateans, a people of Arabic background, situated halfway between the port of Ezion-Geber in the Gulf of Aqaba and Gaza on the Mediterranean Sea. Philadelphia, in Lydia. Philadelphia was the city of the open door in Lydia, on the great trade route from Susa, capital of Persia, east through Sardis and Philadelphia to Ephesus on the Aegean Sea. Lydia was an area in Central Asia Minor, with Sardis as its capital, and for a period the Greek states on the coast of Asia Minor and much of the interior of Phrygia came under Lydian control, but its political power had waned long before the time of Dioscorides. See Sardis. Phoenicia, a district on the Syrian coast inhabited by Semitic traders called Phoenicians. The main independent city-states were Tyre, Sidon, Beirut, and Byblos. Trading posts established by the Phoenicians included Carthage in North Africa and Cadiz in Spain. By the time of Dioscorides, Phoenicia had been added to the Roman province of Syria. Pholo, a mountain forming the boundary between Arcadia and Elis. Phrygia, the western Anatolian plateau of Central Asia Minor, its capital Gordion on the Sangarios River, was taken by the Cimmerians in the 7th century BCE. Pisidia, in Pamphylia. Pisidia, an ancient province of Asia Minor, lay east of Caria, south of Phrygia, west of Cilicia and north of Lycia and Pamphylia. Pamphylia occupied the coastal area to the southeast of Pisidia. Pityusa, an island near Spain, 2 islands off the south coast of Spain and west of the Baleares, called Ebusus, which is now known as Ibiza, and Ophiusa, which is now known as Formentera. Plagiopolis, possibly Placia, a small Pelasgian colony at the foot of Mount Olympus in Greece. Panegidus, ecclesia or nix means place of assembly. Pontus, Pontic, an ancient kingdom in northeast Asia Minor on the south shore of the Black Sea as far as the Halys River. The herbalist Cratos, whose beautiful drawings illustrate the Codex Vindobonensis of Dioscorides, was physician to Mithridates VI of Pontus. Propontis, around the island Besbicum, a small sea which unites the Euxine and Aegean seas and divides Europe from Asia. Psophis, in Arcadia, a town in the northwest of Arcadia on the river Erymanthus, originally called Phegia. Puteoli, see Dicaarchia. Ravenna, Italy, a province and the capital in Emilia-Romagna in northeastern Italy, northeast of Florence near the Adriatic Sea. Red Sea, a narrow sea separating Africa and Arabia between the Gulf of Suez and the Gulf of Aqaba. Rhodes, the largest island in the Greek Dodecanese or Sporades archipelago, in the Aegean Sea close to Turkey. Its capital city of Rhodes was the site of the Colossus of Rhodes, one of the 7 wonders of antiquity. Rome, Roman, capital of the Roman Empire and now of Italy, in central Italy on the Tiber River, initially a ford across the Tiber between Etruria and Latium. The 7 hills of Rome are the Capitoline, the Quirinal, the Viminal, the Esquiline, the Celian, the Aventine, and the Palatine. Rome is surrounded by the plains of the Campagna. Salomon in Cyprus, a Cyprian city in the middle of the east coast, north of the river Pedius. Samia, a town of Elis in the district Triphylia, south of Olympia, between Leprome and the Alpheus. Samphoritide, Sampho was a town in Phoenicia. Samothrace, Samothracia, a Greek island in the North Aegean Sea near the Gulf of Saros in Thrace, now called Samothraki. Santonicum in Sardonis, the Santoni or Santonis were a Celtic people. See Sardonis. Saracenian, Saracen. Saracen was a Greco-Roman name for the nomadic peoples of the Syrian and Arabian deserts, the Arabs. Sardia, Sardinia. Sardi is Sardinia, a large island in the Mediterranean, west of the Italian peninsula and south of Corsica, first colonized by Phoenicians, then Carthaginians, and later the Romans. Sardis, capital city of Lydia, Asia Minor, at the north base of Mount Tmolus, northeast of Smyrna, which is now known as Izmir, in the valley of the Hermus, which is now known as Gediz River. See Philadelphia. Sardonis in Galatia, Sardome or Sardonicum Mare, part of the Mediterranean on the west and south of Sardinia. See Galatia. Chios in the Aegean Sea, see Chios. Scythia, near the river Pontus. In Dioscorides' time, Scythia was the country south of the Danube Delta in modern Romania, now called the Dobruja. Its inhabitants were the Scythae or Scythians. After 395 CE, the northern province of the Diocese of Thrace in Greece was called Scythia. Pontus was on the southern shore of the Black Sea. Seleucia, near Syria. Seleucia on Tigris in Mesopotamia was the capital of the Syrian Seleucid Empire, at one time stretching from Asia Minor to North India. The Romans divided Seleucid Syria into 3 kingdoms and established several Roman provinces, including Seleucid Mesopotamia. Selinus, Selenusian, a Greek city, now in ruins, near Castel Vetrano on the southwest coast of Sicily. Sicilia, Sicily Agrigenta, a Mediterranean island near the southwest tip of the Italian peninsula, with the Straits of Messina separating it from Italy and Tunisia in the southwest. Sicily was Rome's first colony. Agrigento is a province of Sicily. Sionia, a small district in the northeast of Peloponnesus, surrounded by Corinth, Achaia, Phlius, Cleonae, and the Corinthian Gulf. Sidon, a port on the Mediterranean in southwest Lebanon, south of Beirut, and north of Tyre. Sinop, now the city of Sinop in Turkey, on the southern shore of the Euxine Sea, which is now known as Black Sea. Smyrna, a major port in Turkey, now called Izmir, on the Aegean coast of Ionia, Asia Minor. Solus, a hill. Solois, Mons Solus, a promontory on the southwest coast of Mauritania. Spain, a country in southwest Europe occupying most of the Iberian Peninsula, surrounded by the Bay of Biscay, the Pyrenees Mountains, France, the Mediterranean, the Straits of Gibraltar, Portugal, and the Atlantic Ocean, called Hispaniae by the Romans. Stokes, see Galatia, islands of. Syria, Greater Syria stretched from the Taurus Mountains to the Sinai Desert, including modern Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Israel, and parts of Turkey and Iraq. Taphasiris in Egypt, a city of Lower Egypt on the northwest frontier in the Libya Nomus near Alexandria. Tarentum, Taranto, founded by Spartans as Taras, a city and province in Apulia, southeast Italy, in the Gulf of Taranto. Taurus Mountains in Cappadocia, part of the Alpine mountain system of Eurasia stretching from the Greek Pindus Mountains to the Iranian Zagros Mountains. See Cappadocia. Thabana, Galilee, Thabor, Tabor, or Attabirium, an isolated mountain east of the plain of Esdraelon in Galilee. Galilee in Palestine, west of the river Jordan, stretches from Haifa and the plain of Esdraelon to Lebanon. It was a Roman tetrarchate ruled by the Herods. Thapsus, an island, a city on the east coast of Sicily on a peninsula of the same name, also a city on the east coast of Byzacena, in Africa Propria. Thassos, Thasian, an island in the North Aegean Sea off the coast of Thrace, which was also known as Greek Macedonia, across the Thassos Straits from Neapolis, which was also known as Kavala on the mainland, now called Thassos. Thebes, in Egypt, which was also known as Theban, Thebaican, the Egyptian city of Waset, later called Thebes by the Greeks after their own. Thebes in Boeotia, it lies on the banks of the Nile River south of Cairo. Thessaly, Thessalia, near the river Peneus. Thessaly was part of ancient Greece on the east coast, surrounded by Macedonia, Epirus, Doris, Locris, and the Aegean Sea. The Peneus River, rising in the Pindus Mountains to the west, flows through Larissa and Tempe into the Thermaic Gulf in the Aegean Sea. Thrace, by the river Strymon, Thracian. Thrace, which is now known as Macedonian Greece, is the ancient name of the Balkan area south of the Danube River, west of the Black Sea, east of the Strymon River, and north of the Aegean Sea. The Strymon River, which is also called Strymon and now Strum, rising in the mountains of western Bulgaria, flows south through Thrace to the Gulf of Strymon in the Aegean Sea. Thuscan, see Etruria. Tmolus, a hill in Libya near Mauritania. Molus is a mountain near Sardis, capital city of Lydia in Asia Minor, northeast of Smyrna, which is now known as Izmir. Mauritania, the Roman province of Mauritania Tingitana, named after Tingis, which is now known as Tangier, included northwest modern Morocco and West Algeria, which was known as Numidia at that time. It was later extended to the Bu Regreg River at Sale, with its capital the city of Volubilis, see Sardis. Tralles, flourishing merchant city in Asia Minor on the south foot of Mount Mesogis on the river Udon, also called Anthea, Seleucia, and Antiochia. There was also a city called Tralles in Phrygia. Troy, Trojan, a settlement in Asia Minor, 3 miles inland on the northwest Aegean coast, near the mouth of the Hellespont. Also called Ilios, Ilion, or Ilium, it was the site of the Trojan War. 9 settlements were built in turn upon the ruins of former settlements, but it lost importance with the growth of Constantinople. Tyrrhenia, see Etruria. Vestinum, Vestin Mountains. The Vestini were a Sabellian people living in central Italy, between the Apennines and the Adriatic Sea, near the rivers Matrius and Aternus. Zacynthus, the most southerly Greek island in the Ionian Sea, 10 miles west of Elis in the Peloponnesos, also called Zante or Zakynthos, and settled in ancient times by Arcadians. Zoroastrian, Zoroastris, also called Mazdaism, a religion founded in the 8th or 7th century BCE by a reformer of the Iranian religion. He was known as Zarathustra, which is in Greek translated as Zoroaster. Part 1. Iris, common name now German iris, flower de luce, flowering ring. Iris is named because of its resemblance to the rainbow in heaven. It bears leaves like little daggers but bigger, broader, and fatter or thicker. The flowers on the stalk are bent in one over against another and have varied colors, for they are white, pale, black, purple, or blue. It is because of the variety of colors that it is compared to the heavenly rainbow. The roots underneath are knotty and strong with a sweet taste. These, when cut, should be dried in the shade and stored with a linen thread put through them. The best is from Illyria and Macedonia, and the best of these has a thick stumpy root, hard to break, of a faint yellow color with an especially good scent and very bitter to the taste. It has a sound smell and does not incline to nastiness or cause sneezing when pounded. The second is from Libya. It is white in color, bitter to the taste, next in strength to the former, and when these grow old, they are worm-eaten, yet then they smell even sweeter. They are all warming and reduce the intensity of symptoms. They are suitable against coughs and reduce the intensity of thick mucus that is hard to get up. 7. Teaspoonfuls of a decoction taken as a drink in honey water purge thick mucus and bile. They also cause sleep, provoke tears, and heal suffering in the bowels. Taken as a drink with vinegar, they help those bitten by venomous creatures, the splenetic, those troubled with convulsive fits, or chilled and stiff with cold, and those who drop their food. Taken in a drink with wine, they bring out the menstrual flow. A decoction of them is suitable for women's warm packs that soften and open their private places, for sciatica taken as an infusion, for fistulas, and all sores and wounds that it fills up with flesh. Applied as an eye salve with honey, they draw out particles. Chewed and applied as a poultice, they soften swellings and old hard swellings, and dried they fill up ulcers and clean them. With honey they fill up bare bones with flesh. They are good for headaches applied as a poultice with vinegar and rosaceum. Daubed on with white hellebore and twice as much honey, they clean off freckles and sunburn. They are also mixed with suppositories, warm compresses, and fatigue removers, and in general they are of considerable use. This is also called iris illyrica, thelpida, urania, catharon, or thomastos. The Romans call it radix marica, some gladiolus, others opertritis or consecretrix, and the Egyptians call it nar. Part 2. Acoron, common name now, yellow flag, water flag, sweet sedge, myrtle sedge. Acorum has leaves which resemble those of iris very much, only narrower, and the roots are similar, only one wrapped in the other, not growing downward but sidelong in the upper part of the earth. They are sharp to the taste, distinguished by pale white knots, and not unpleasant to smell. The best is thick and white, not worm-eaten, full and fragrant. Root such as this comes from Colchis and from Galatia and is called asplenium. The root is heating, and a decoction of it taken as a drink causes an urge to urinate. It is good for pain of the rectum, chest, and liver, and for griping, hernia, and convulsions. It reduces the spleen, and it helps those sick with dripping mucus and those poisoned by animal bites. It is effective in a hip bath like iris for female problems. The juice of the root cleanses off things that darken the pupils of the eyes. The root of it is also effective mixed with antidotes. It is also called chorus, aphrodisia, or the mariner's root. The Romans call it venerea, and the Gauls call it the pepper of bees, piperipum. Part 3. Meon, common name now, bald money, mu, spignel, bare root. The mume, which is called athamanticum, grows abundantly in Macedonia and Spain, and is similar in the stalk and leaves to anethum, but thicker than anethum, sometimes rising up to 2 feet, scattered underneath with thin, winding, straight, long roots, smelling sweet and warming the tongue. The roots boiled with water, or pounded smooth or fine without boiling, and taken in a drink, lessen pains caused by obstructions around the bladder and kidneys. They are good for urinary difficulties, a gas-filled stomach, griping, diseases of the womb, and pain in the joints. Pounded into small pieces with honey and taken as syrup, they help a rheumatic chest. Boiled for a hip bath, they draw out the blood of the menstrual flow. Applied as a plaster to the lower part of children's bellies, they induce the movement of urine. If more of a decoction than is suitable is taken as a drink, it causes a headache. Part 4. Cuperos, common name now, yellow nutsedge, earth almond, edible cypress, rush nut. Cypress has leaves like porum, but longer and more slender, and a stalk of a foot higher, with corners like Juncus odoratus, on the top of which there emerge little leaves and seed. Use has been made of the roots of this for as long as the use of the olive. They lie underneath, adhering together, round, black, smelling good, bitter. It grows in clay or shale places as well as marshy. The best is heaviest, thick, full, hard, to break, rough with a particular sharpness, such as the Cilician and Syrian, and that from the Cycladian islands. It is warming, dilates the narrow openings of blood vessels, and is diuretic. A decoction, taken as a drink, helps those troubled with urinary or kidney stones and dropsy, and also those bitten by scorpions. Applied as a warm pack, it is good for chills of the vulva and its obstruction, drawing down the menstrual flow. Dried and pounded to powder, it is good for an ulcerous mouth, even though the ulcers are erosive. It is mixed with warm compresses for heating, and is effective for thickening ointments. Some speak also of another kind of cypress, like ginger, which grows in India, which when chewed is found to taste bitter like saffron. Applied as an ointment, it presently removes hair. The Romans call it the root of the bulrush, others the bulrush. Some call cypress, as well as aspalathus, by the name of Erices septrum. Part 5. Cardamomon. Common name now, cardamom. The best cardamom is brought out of Commagene, Armenia, and Bosporus. It grows too in India and Arabia. Choose that which is hard to break, full, tightly shut, for that which is not is out of date, and which also has an offensive smell, and is sharp to the taste and somewhat bitter. A decoction taken as a drink with water is able to heat. It is good for those who have illness comitralis, possibly from cometes, veins, arteries adjacent to nerves, mitralism, lesions on the heart, coughs, sciatica, paralysis, hernias, convulsions, and griping, and it expels rectal worms. Taken as a drink with wine, it is good for those who have defective kidneys and difficulty urination. It is also good for one who has been stricken by a scorpion and for all those hurt by the venom of other creatures. A teaspoonful taken as a drink with bark from the roots of bay breaks urinary or kidney stones. Taken as inhalations of smoke or fumes, it is an abortifacient, and daubed on with vinegar, it takes away parasitic skin diseases. It is also mixed in thick ointments and other antidotes. Part 6. Nardos. Common name now, valerian, nardus, spikenard, Indian valerian, nard. There are two kinds of nardus. The one is called Indian, the other Syrian. Not that it is found in Syria, but because one part of the mountain where it grows turns towards Syria and the other towards India. Of that which is called Syrian, the best is new, smooth, full of filaments, a yellow color, very fragrant, and resembles cypress in the smell. It has a short ear, a bitter taste, and is very drying to the tongue, its sweet smell lasting a long time. Of the Indian, one kind is called Gangetic, from a certain river named Ganges, running by the hill where it grows. It is somewhat weaker in strength because it comes out of watery places. It is higher, and has more ears coming out of the same root, both full of filaments, and one wrapped in the other, with a poisonous smell. That which grows more on the hill is a great deal sweeter, short-eared, resembling cypress in the sweetness of its smell, and having other qualities in it, like that which is surnamed the Syrian nardus. There is also another kind of nardus called samphiritic, from the name of the place. Very little, yet great-eared, with a white stalk sometimes growing in the middle, very much like the smell of a goat in scent. This ought utterly to be refused. It is also sold infused, which fault is found out as follows, that the ear of it is white, withered, and with down on it. They adulterate it by blowing stibium, which is the trisulfide of antimony, also known as black antimony, with water or date wine into it to make it denser, and so that it may be heavier. When you are to use it, if any dirt sticks to the roots of it, you are to take it off and sift it, separating the dust, which is good to make washing water for the hands. The roots are warming, drying, and uretic. As a result, when taken as a drink, they stop the bowels. Applied, they stop discharges of the womb and the White's leucorrhea, a mucosal vaginal discharge. A decoction taken as a drink with cold water helps nausea and gnawing stomach corrosion, those troubled with wind, sickness of the liver or head, and painful kidneys. Boiled in water and given either as a warm pack or hip bath, they heal inflammation of the vulva. They are good for superfluous fluids of the eyelids, drying and thickening them. For moist bodies, a sprinkling is effective to take away the smell of sweat. They are mixed with antidotes. Ground smooth and made into balls with wine, they are stored for eye medicines in a new jar, which has not been smeared with pitch. Part 7. Nardos celtici. Common name now, Celtic spikenard, Celtic valerian. The Celtic nard grows on the Alps of Liguria in that country called Gallica. It also grows in Istria. It is a little short shrub that is gathered together with the roots and made up into hand bundles. It has somewhat long leaves of a pale yellow with a yellow flower. Use is only made of the stalks and roots, and the sweet smell is only from them. As a result, having the day before sprinkled the bindings with water, and taken off the earthy stuff, you ought to lay them in a more moist ground, having first laid paper under them, and the next day you ought to make them clean again, together with the chaff and strange stuff, for that which is good in it is not taken away by the strength of the moisture. This herb is often counterfeited by another herb like it gathered together with it, which because of the poisonous smell that it has, they call the goat. But the difference is easily known, for this herb is without a stalk, whiter, and with shorter leaves. Neither has it a bitter or sweet-smelling root, as in the true nardus. Choose the little stalks and the roots, but throw away the leaves. If you will put them in storage, you must first have them ground smooth and mixed with wine. Then make them into little balls and keep them in new ceramic bottles, corking them carefully. The best is new, fragrant, full of roots, plump and not easily broken. It is good for the same things as the Syrian, but it is more diuretic and better for stomach disorders. Taken as a drink with a decoction of wormwood, it helps inflammation of the liver, jaundice, and gas-filled intestines. In the same way, it is good for the spleen, bladder, and kidneys, as well as mixed with wine for bites of venomous creatures. It is used in warm compresses, liquid medicines, and warming ointments. Part 8. Nardos aurein. Common name now, marsh valerian. Mountain nardus, which is called Thylacitis and Nevis by some, grows in Cilicia and Syria. It has stalks and leaves like eryngium, but smaller, yet not sharp and prickly. The 2 or more roots that lie underneath are black and fragrant like asphodylus, but thinner and a great deal smaller. It does not have a stalk, fruit, or flower for any long time. The root is good for the same things as the Celtic nardus. Part 9. Asaron. Common name now, Asarabaca, cabaret, wild nard, hazelwort. It is poisonous. Asarum has leaves like cissus, but much thicker and rounder, with a flower between the leaves near the root that is in blue color like cytinus or hyoscyamus, in which lies seed like the kernels of grapes. The many roots underneath smell like cinnamon. It loves rough, dry ground. The root of this helps hernia, convulsions, old coughs, difficulty in breathing, and difficulty in urinating. It expels the menstrual flow, and taken as a drink with wine, it is good for those poisoned by animal bites. The leaves are astringent and are applied to help inflammation, pains in the head, new ulcers of the eyes, breasts inflamed after childbearing, and erysipela, the inflammatory skin disease. The smell induces sleep. Cretuas the herbalist concurs. Many roots lie underneath, knotty, slender, and crooked like grasses, yet a great deal slenderer and smelling good, heating and biting the tongue considerably. They are diuretic and warming. They cause vomiting and are good for dropsy and obstinate hip pains and urine retention, and they bring down the menstrual flow. 6 teaspoonfuls of the roots taken as a drink with honey and water purge like white hellebore. They are mixed with ointments. It grows on shady mountains and is common in Pontus, Phrygia, Illyricum, and Vestinum, Italy. It is also called Nardus sylvestris. The Magi call it Sanguis mardus, the Osthenes, Thesa, the Egyptians, Cerera, the Romans, Perpensa. It is also called Baccharis. The Tuscans or Etruscans call it Succinum. Some call it Nardus rustica, and the Gauls call it Bacchar. Part 10. Foo. Common name now, Foo, Cretan spikenard, garden valerian. Foo, which some also call Sylvestris nardus, the garden nard, grows in Pontus, and it has leaves much like Elaphobascon or Hippocylinon, with a stalk of a foot high or more, smooth, soft, inclining to a purple color, hollow in the middle, and distinguished by knots. The lower parts are somewhat like those of Narcissus, but bigger, more tender and purple and a pale white. The root in its upper part is about the thickness of the little finger, and it has filaments like Juncus odoratus or Veratrum nigrum that grow within one another, a pale yellow, pleasantly scented and resembling nardus in its smell, with a certain poisonous kind of heaviness. Dried and given in drinks, it is warming and encourages urine, and a decoction of it may do the same. It is good for a painful rectum, encourages the menstrual flow, and is mixed with antidotes. It is adulterated, mixed with the roots of ruscus, but the knowledge of this is easy, for these are hard, not easily broken, and without any good smell. Part 11. Malabathron. Common name now, ling nut, singhara nut, water chestnut, water snowflake. Some imagine Malabathrum to be the leaf of the Indian nardus, deceived by the similarity of the smell, for there are many things like nardus in smell, such as fu, asarum, and nerris. But this is not so, for it is a particular herb that grows in the Indian marshes, with the leaves swimming on the water like the palustrous lens in the marshes, with no root. Having gathered it, they immediately pierce it through with a linen thread, drying it like this, and preserve it. They say that when the summer heat dries up the water, the earth is burnt along with the shoots of it, and unless this happens, it will spring up no more. The best is new and a pale white inclining to blackness, hard to break, sound, biting the nose with its smell, and the sweetness of its smell is long-lasting. It is like nardus in taste without any taste of salt. That which is weak with a moldy scent and breaks into small pieces is worthless. It has the same properties as nardus, but does everything more forcibly. Malabathrum is more diuretic and better for the stomach. It helps inflammation of the eyes, pounded into small pieces, boiled in wine, and rubbed on. It is put under the tongue for sweetness of the breath, and it is put among cloths, for it keeps them from moths and scents them sweetly. Part 12. Cassia. Common name now, true senna, Alexandrian senna, Persian cassia, golden shower, Indian laburnum, Indian senna. There are many kinds of cassia growing around Arabia, with stores of aromatic things. It has a twig with a thick bark and leaves like pepper. Choose that which is reddish-yellow, with a good color, resembling coral, very slender, long and thick, full of tubes, with a biting taste, and astringent with considerable heat, aromatic, and resembling wine in its smell. Such, by the inhabitants of the country, is called achi, and the merchants in Alexandria call it daphnitis. Above this is preferred the black kind, which is called gizir, inclining to a purple and thick, with a smell like a rose, the most suitable of any for bodily uses, and that formerly spoken of is next to this. The third kind is called Moselleticus blastos. The rest are of no account, such as that which is called a physamon, black and unsightly, and thinly barked, or having it full of chinks, as well as that which is called Quito and Dakar. There is also a certain bastard cassia, amazingly similar, which is found out by its taste that is neither sharp nor aromatic, and it has bark adhering to the soft internal tissue. There is also found a broad reed, tender, light, full of branches, which is better than the others. Reject that which is a pale white, coarse, smells like a goat, and has not a thick reed, but is coarse and thin. It is diuretic, warming, drying, and gently astringent. It is fit for eye medicines that are made for clearing the sight, and for warm compresses. It takes away freckles applied with honey and encourages the menstrual flow. Taken as a drink, it helps those bitten by snakes. It is good too taken as a drink for all internal inflammation and the kidneys, for women too as hip baths, and as inhalations of fumes or smoke for dilation of the uterus. If there is no cinnamon at hand, then twice as much of this mixed with medicines will do the same things. It is very effective for many things. Part 13. Cinnamomon. Common name now, cinnamon, wild cinnamon. There are many kinds of cinnamon, with several names proper to the countries where they grow, but the best is that which they call mosulum, because in a way it bears a similarity to that cassia, which they call mosulitis. Of this choose that which is new, black in color, inclining to an ash color like that of wine, with slender smooth shoots, full of lasting knots, especially fragrant. For most commonly to discern which is best depends on the sweetness of its smell. For that which is the best and the most special has a smell resembling rue or cardamom, and furthermore it is sharp and biting to the taste, somewhat salty with heat, when rubbed not easily made rough, and when broken downy, with smoothness between the knots. Test it as follows by taking a shoot from one root. For this trial is easy, for there are some fragments mixed in, and at the first trial, the best gives off a sweet taste and fills the nose with the scent of it and hinders discerning the worst. There is also a mountain variety, thick, dwarfish, of a very glittering color. And there is a third from Mosul, black, and with a very sweet taste, shrubby and without many knots. The fourth kind is white, fungal, pushed up to sight, and vile and brittle, with a great root, smelling like cassia. The fifth sort bites the nose with its smell, is reddish yellow, and its bark is very like red cassia, but it is solid to the touch, not very thin, with a thick root. Of these, that which has a smell like frankincense, cassia or amomum, is the worst in smell. Choose that which is white, rough, and with a coarse bark, but avoid that which is smooth and woody around the root, as useless. There is another somewhat like it that is called bastard cinnamon, vile, with a faint smell and weak strength. It is called ginger xylocinnamonum, having some similarity to cinnamon. There is also woody cinnamon that has long and strong shoots, but is much inferior in sweetness of smell. It is said by some that this xylocinnamonum differs in kind from cinnamon, having another nature. Now all cinnamon is warming, diuretic, softening, and digestive. It draws out the menstrual flow and is an abortifacient, taken as a drink with myrrh or else applied. It is also good against beasts that put out their poison and against deadly poisons an antidote. It cleans away, heats, and thins pus that darkens the pupils and is diuretic. Rubbed on with honey, it takes away freckles and sunburn. It is good for coughs and mucosal discharges, dropsy, diseases of the kidneys, and difficult urination. It is mixed with precious ointments, and in general it is effective for many things. It is prepared for storage by being pounded into small pieces, put into wine, and dried in the shade. Part 14. Amomon. Common name now, bastard cardamom, greater cardamom, Bengal cardamom. Amomum is a little shrub winding out of the wood within itself the same way as racemus, and it has a little flower like that of the leucoion, but leaves like bryonia. The best is brought out of Armenia with a good color, a pale reddish wood, and a very fragrant smell. Because it grows in plain and watery places, that from Media is weaker. It is large, a pale green, soft to touch, and full of veins in the wood, resembling origanum in its smell. That which comes from Pontus is a pale red, neither long nor hard to break, clustered, full of fruit, and biting to smell. Choose that which is new and white, or a faint red, not that which is close and adhering together, but that which is loose and diffused, full of seeds like the kernels of grapes, heavy, very fragrant, without rottenness or mold, and sharp, biting to the taste, a single and not many colors. It is warming, astringent, and drying. It causes sleep and relieves pain applied as a poultice to the forehead. It ripens and dissolves inflammation and scalded sores of the head. It is also good for those stricken by scorpions applied as a poultice with basil. It helps gout, and it helps and soothes inflammation of the eyes and those with hemorrhoids in their bowels, and it is effective for female problems or damage both as suppositories and baths. The liquid medicine taken as a drink is good for liver disorders, defective kidneys, and gout, and it is mixed with antidotes and the most precious ointments. Some adulterate amomum with a momus that is like amomum yet without smell and without fruit. It grows in Armenia and has a flower like origanum. As a rule, to prevent deception, avoid the fragments and choose those that have perfect branches out of one root. Part 15. Costos. Common name now, Arabian costus, cust root, costus root. Modern costus is not the same as that known by the ancients, jaquin, in Loudon. The Arabic costus is best, white and light, with a noticeable pleasant smell. Next is the Indian, full, light, and black like ferula. The third is the Syrian, heavy, the color of box, with a biting smell. The best is new, white, full throughout, thick, dry, not worm-eaten, not with a stinking smell, but with a biting hot taste. It is warming and diuretic, expels the menstrual flow, and is good for diseases of the uterus applied in suppositories, as irrigations, or as warm packs. 2 ounces taken in a drink helps someone bitten by a viper, chest conditions and convulsions. It is given for gas in the stomach with wine and wormwood, taken with mead, the honey wine. It draws out venom, and taken in water it draws out worms through the rectum. An ointment of it made with oil helps those who have chills from fever before an expected fit, and similarly helps the paralyzed. Rubbed on with water or honey, it takes away sunburn. It is also mixed in warm compresses and antidotes. Some adulterate it by mixing in the strongest roots of comagene. The difference is easily discerned, for this helenium neither burns the tongue nor yields a pleasant, strong, biting smell. Part 16. Skoinos. Common name now, bog rush, rushes, sweet rushes, rush, sea rush. Juncus odoratus grows in Libya and Arabia, and in that part of Arabia called Nabatea, and this is the best. The Arabic is next, but that from Libya is useless. Choose that which is new, red, and full of flowers, which when cut or cleft inclines to a purple color, is thin, smells sweet like a rose when it is rubbed between the hands, and bites the tongue with considerable burning. Use the flower, the reeds, and the root. It is diuretic, bringing down the menstrual flow, and dissolving gaseousness. It causes catarrh in the head. It is mildly astringent. It has a breaking, digesting, and opening strength. The flowers of it used in drink are good for bloody vomiting and a painful stomach, as well as the lungs, liver, and kidneys. It is mixed with antidotes, but the root is more astringent and therefore is given for a squeamish stomach. 1 teaspoonful is good for dropsy and convulsions, and is given for some days with the same amount of pepper. A decoction of it as a hip bath is most convenient for inflammation around the vulva. It is also called Babylonian juncus or tuchitis. Part 17. Calamus uodus. Common name now, sweet flag, sweet sedge, myrtle sedge, Indian palm. Calamus aromaticus grows in India, and the best is reddish yellow, thick with knots, and when broken it falls into many pieces. The reed is fibrous, somewhat white, and slimy to chew, astringent and somewhat sharp. Taken as a drink, it is able to induce the movement of urine. As a result, it is good for dropsy, defective kidneys, slow and painful urination, and hernias, boiled either with grapes or seeds of apium, and taken as a drink. It draws out the menstrual flow taken as a drink and applied. It helps coughs, inhaled either alone or with resin terminanthos, the smoke taken in at the mouth through a funnel. It is boiled for women's baths and infusions, and mixed with warm compresses and perfumes to make them smell sweeter. Part 18. Balsamon. Common name now, balm of Gilead, balm of Mechem, balsam of Kataf. The tree balsamum is noted similar in size to lycium or pyracantha, with leaves like rue, but a great deal paler and much more flourishing. It grows only in Judea, in a certain valley, and in Egypt. Varying considerably in ruggedness, tallness, and slenderness, the part of the shrub that is thin with filaments is called theriston, which may be because it is easily mowed because of its slenderness. Opobalsamum is the juice exuded by the tree when it is cut with iron nails in the heat of the hottest days. But it drops so little that every year they can get no more than 6 or 7 congi, which is 3-liter units approximately of it, and a weight of it is sold in that place for double its weight in silver. The best juice is new, with a strong smell, pure and not inclining to sweetness, dissolving easily, smooth, astringent, and a little biting to the tongue. It is prepared in various ways, for there are some who mix ointments with it, such as terminanthos, cyprinum, chininum, succinum or liliaceum, balaninum and metopium, honey, waxy ointments, myrcinum, or very liquid cyprinum. These are easily discerned, for if the unmixed is dropped on a woolen cloth and afterwards washed out, it makes no stain or spot on it, but that which is counterfeited sticks. The pure, when put into water or milk, is easily diffused and turns like milk, but that which is counterfeited swims on the top like oil, turning round or diffusing itself like a star. But in time the pure will also turn thick and test worse than any. Those are deceived who think that it is pure when it is dropped into water, goes down to the bottom first, and afterwards easily diffusible rises up again. The wood is called xylobalsamum, and the best liked is new with slender stalks, red, sweet-smelling, with a smell somewhat resembling opobalsamum. Suitable use is made of the fruit too. Choose that which is yellow, full, great, heavy, biting in taste and hot in the mouth, somewhat similar in taste to opobalsamum. From the town Petra, a seed like hypericum is brought with which they counterfeit this fruit. You may discover this because it is bigger and empty with no strength and tastes of pepper. The juice has the most strength as it heats the most, cleaning away things that darken the pupils and curing abrasions around the vulva applied with waxy ointments and rosaceum. It expels the menstrual flow and the afterbirth, is an abortifacient, and rubbed on dissolves chills and the filthy matter of boils. Taken as a drink, it is a concoction for rejuvenation and moving urine. Given with milk, it is also good for difficult breathers and those who have taken a drink of aconitum, also for those bitten by snakes. It is mixed with fatigue removers, warm compresses, and antidotes. Generally, the juice of the balsamum has the most strength, next to that the fruit, but the wood has the least strength of all. Taken in a drink, the fruit is good for pleurisy, pneumonia, coughs, sciatica, epilepsy, vertigo, asthma, griping, difficulty in conception, and for those bitten by snakes. It is suitable for women's inhalations in fumes, and boiled for hip baths it opens the vulva and extracts moisture. The wood has the same virtues the fruit has, but to a lesser degree. Boiled in water and taken as a drink, it helps in digestion, griping, those bitten by snakes, and convulsions, and it expels urine. With dry iris, it is good for wounds in the head. It also extracts scaly bones. It is mixed for the thickening of ointments. Part 19. Aspalathos. Common name now, Indian aspalathus. Aspalathus is a woody kind of shrub with many prickly thorns, growing in Istris, Nasiris, Syria, and Rhodes, which the ointment makers use for thickening their ointments. The best is heavy, and after it has been harvested inclining to a red or a purple color, thick, fragrant, and bitter to the taste. There is also another kind of it, with scattered bristles or thorns, white, woody, without any smell, which is considered the worst. It has a heating and astringent quality. As a result, boiled in wine and gargled, it is good for an ulcerated mouth and gangrenous ulceration in the genitals. It is infused for unclean discharges and fetid nasal discharges, and put into a pessary it is an abortifacient. A decoction stops bowels, and taken as a drink it stops bloody vomiting and dissolves painful urination and gaseousness. It is also called sphagnon or phasgonon, the Syrians call it diaxylon, and some eriseseptron. Part 20. Bruon, common name now hops, Splachnum bryum. Bryum is sometimes called splanchnon. It is found on trees such as cedars, white poplars, or oaks. The best grows on cedar. Next is that which grows on white poplar. That which smells sweetest and is white is the best, but that which is black is the worst. Bryum is astringent. Used either hot or cold, it is good in decoctions made for all those disorders requiring bathing around the vulva. It is mixed with ointments made for suppositories, with other ointments for the astringent quality in it, for the preparation of perfumes, and is put into medicines called acopi to remove fatigue. Part 21. Agallicon, common name now, Agallicum, Indian aloe tree, calambac tree, eaglewood, heartwood. Agallicum is a kind of wood like thine wood that is brought out of India and Arabia, distinguished by spots of a sweet scent, somewhat astringent to the taste, with some bitterness, and bark like soft skin somewhat overcolored. When it is chewed and a decoction of it is gargled up and down in the mouth, it causes sweet breath. The powder sprinkled on the whole body serves to deodorize it. It is used in perfumes instead of frankincense. 1 teaspoonful of the roots, taken in a drink, lessens moist disorders of the stomach, its weakness and heat. It is good taken as a drink with water for those who have pains of the rectum, for the liver, dysentery, and griping. Part 22. Nascaphthon. Common name now, unknown. Nascaphthum some call narcaphthon, and this is also brought out of India. It is a bark like the rind of the mulberry tree, used for a perfume for the sweet smell it has, and put into artificial perfumes. Taken as inhalations of fumes or smoke, it is good for constriction of the vulva. Part 23. Cankamon. Common name now, gum elemi tree. Cankamum is the oozing of an Arabic tree resembling myrrh, poisonous to the taste, which they use as a perfume. They make a perfume with it for their cloths with myrrh and styrax. It is reported to be able to make fat bodies lean. A half teaspoonful taken as a drink with water or vinegar and honey for many consecutive days. It is given to the splenetic, epileptic, and asthmatic. Taken with honey and water, it brings down the menstrual flow, and it quickly takes off scars in the eyes and heals their moisture diluted in wine. For gums rotten from moisture and toothache, it helps as nothing else can do. Part 24. Kupfi. Common name now, Sifi. Sifi is the composition of a perfume welcome to the gods. The priests in Egypt use it abundantly. It is also mixed with antidotes, and it is given to the asthmatic in drinks. There are many ways that the manufacture of it is carried out, including the following. Take 1 liter of cypress, the same amount of ripe juniper berries, 6 kilos of stone plump raisins of the sun, 2.5 kilos of resin cleaned again, a half kilo each of calamus aromaticus, aspalathus, and juncus odoratus, 12 teaspoonfuls of myrrh, 5 liters of old wine, and 1 kilo of honey. Having removed the stones from the raisins, pound them and work them together with the wine and myrrh. Pound and sift the other things, mix them with these, and let them drink up the liquid for 1 day. Afterwards, boil the honey until it comes to a glutinous consistency. Mix the melted resin carefully with it, and then, having pounded all the other things diligently together, put them into a clay jar. Part 25. Crocus. Common name now, saffron crocus. Carishan crocum is the best for bodily use, new and well-colored, having somewhat white tendrils, somewhat long, having all its parts hard to break, without fat, full, coloring the hands, not decayed or moist, alluring in scent, and a little sharper, for that which is not such is either old or steeped. The next best after the Carishan comes from that tract of land near Lycia, and that from Mount Olympus in Lycia, then that from Aegis Aetolia. But the Cyrenaican and that from Centropinum are the weakest in strength of all in Sicily, all of them being cultivated like vegetables. Nevertheless, because it is full of juice and well-colored, they in Italy dye thine wood with it, and for this it is sold at a high rate. For medicine, that which was previously described is more effective. It is adulterated with a mixture of crogomagma pounded or daubed with sapa, the syrup of new wine, lithargarum or plumbago pounded together with it to make it weigh more. All this is discerned by the dustiness that is found amongst it, and by the smell of the boiled down new wine it has. It is digestive, softening, somewhat astringent, and diuretic. It causes a good color, and it is good taken as a drink with passum, the raisin wine, against overindulgence. It stops excessive discharges of the eyes applied with woman's milk. It is effective mixed with drinks that are taken internally, and with suppositories and poultices for the uterus and the perineum. It works against venereal diseases, and rubbed on it soothes inflammation that accompanies erysipelas, a skin inflammation, and it is good for inflammations of the ears. They say also that it will kill one if 3 teaspoonfuls are taken as a drink with water. In order to pound it smaller, it must be dried in the sun in a hot ceramic jar, and it must often be quickly turned. The root of it, when taken in a drink with passum, causes an urge to urinate. It is also called castor or xenomorphus, and the Magi call it sanguis herculis. Part 26. Crocomagma. Common name now, saffron oil dregs. Crocomagma is made from oil of saffron, the aromatic part squeezed out and made into lozenges. The best is sweet-smelling, somewhat resembling the taste of myrrh, heavy and black, with no woodiness in it, and, which sufficiently diluted, is the color of saffron, smooth, yellow underneath, strongly coloring the teeth and tongue and lasting many hours together, like that from Syria. It has the ability to clean and cleanse away things which darken the pupils. It is diuretic, softening, digestive, and warming. It somewhat resembles the strength of saffron, for it is made from this. Part 27. Elenion. Common name now, Helenium, common inula, horse elder. Helenium has narrow leaves like verbascum, only sharper and somewhat long. In some places it puts out no stalks at all. The root below is fragrant, great, somewhat sharp, from which for planting as in lilies or arum, the most pleasant shoots are taken. It grows in hilly, shady, and moist places. The root is dug up in the summer, cut and dried. A decoction taken as a drink induces the movement of urine and the menstrual flow. The root itself taken in a syrup with honey helps coughs, asthma, hernias, convulsions, gaseousness, and the bites of venomous creatures, being generally warming. The leaves boiled in wine are effectively applied to those who have sciatica. The root is good for the stomach, preserved in passum, the raisin wine. The confectioners, drying it a little and afterwards boiling it, then steep it in cold water and put it into a decoction they keep in jars for use. Pounded and taken in a drink, it is good for bloody excretions. It is also called symphyton, persica, medica, orestion, nectarian, cleonia, rubus idaeus, o verbascum idaeum. The Romans call it terminalium, others inula campana, and the Egyptians call it lone. Part 28. Elenion aeguptian. Common name now, unknown. Crateuas mentions another helenium that grows in Egypt. It is a herb with branches a foot long spreading on the ground like serpulum. Its many leaves around the branches like those of lenticule, which means lentils but longer. The roots a pale color, the thickness of the little finger, thin below but thicker above, with a black rind. It grows in places bordering on the sea and on hillocks and rocks. One root of it, when taken in a drink with wine, is able to help those bitten by snakes. Part 29. Eleonomotribes. Common name now, new oil from unripe olives. Oil from unripe olives is the best to use for health. The best is considered that which is new, not biting, with a sweet smell. This is also effective for the preparation of ointments. It is also good for the stomach because it is therapeutic for the bowels, and when held in the mouth it contracts loose gums, strengthens the teeth, and represses sweating. Part 30. Eleon koinon. Common name now, old olive oil. That which is the oldest and most fat is the most fit for bodily uses. Commonly all oil is warming and softens flesh, keeping the body from being easily chilled with cold, making it more ready to perform actions. It is good for the digestive system and has a softening strength, dulling the strength of ulcerating medicines in mixtures. It is given against poisons, taken immediately and vomited up again. A half-pint purges, taken as a drink with the same amount of barley water or with water. 6 glassfuls boiled with rue and taken as a drink are given effectively to those troubled with griping, and it expels worms. This is administered especially for obstruction of the intestines, but the older oil is more heating and violently dispersing. It is a good ointment to sharpen the eyesight. If there is no old oil at hand, new oil must be mixed as follows. Pour it out into the best jar at hand and boil it until it is the thickness of honey. Then use it, for it has an equal strength. Part 31. Eleon agrius elaeus. Common name now, wild olive oil. Oil from the wild olive is more astringent and the second choice for good health. It is convenient instead of rosaceum for headaches and stops sweating and hair falling out, which is also known as alopecia. It cleans off dandruff, ulcers that penetrate the head, parasitic skin diseases, and psoriasis, and it keeps gray hair away for a long time from those who are rubbed with it daily. Part 32. Eleon leucon. Common name now, whiten oil. Oil is made white as follows. Taking oil which is a clear color and not over a year old, pour it out into a new broad-mouthed ceramic jar. Let there be an amount of 50 pints. Afterwards, placing it in the sun, pour it back again with a spoon every day around noon, letting it fall down from on high, so that it may be altered by frequent rolling and beating, and foam. Then on the 8th day steep 50 teaspoonfuls of clean fenugreek in warm water, put it thus softened into the former oil without straining out the water. Also add the same weight of pine wood now, as fat as may be, and cut into small pieces, and let 8 more days pass. After this time stir the oil up and down again with a spoon. Finally, if it is white, pour it out into a new jar which need to be first rinsed around with old wine and store it, having first scattered in 11 teaspoonfuls of the corolla of melilot flowers and the same amount of iris. If it is not yet white, it must be set out again in the sun and treated until it becomes white. Part 33. Eleon Sicuonion, common name now, Syconum Sicyonian oil. We may prepare Sicyonian olive oil as follows. Pour out 4.5 liters of new unripe olive oil and the white oil described above into a broad-mouthed kettle covered with tin. Add 2.25 liters of water and boil it over a gentle fire, stirring softly. When it is boiled up twice, take it away from the fire, and having cooled it, skim off the oil with a spoon. Afterwards add other water, boil it again, and repeat the procedure, and then store it. This oil is mostly made in Sicyionia, and is therefore called Sicyonium. It is somewhat warming, suitable for fevers and affected nerves. Women use it to have a clean skin. Part 34. Rupos, common name now, grime, dirt. The scrapings which are taken up in public baths are able to heat, soften, and disperse fluids, and are good for splits in the perineum and for rubbing on joints. The dirt or filth from the wrestling school helps the joints, applied as a warm compress. The filth on the walls of the gymnasium, or that which is scraped off from statues, warms and dissolves tubercles or growths that ripen only with difficulty, and it is helpful for abrasions, the removal of scaliness, and old ulcers. Part 35. Eleomeli, common name now, wild olive oil, oil palm. Eleoptene is the liquid part of a volatile oil. Stearoptene, the solid part of a volatile oil, a camphor. Eleomeli flows out of a certain stem and root of a plant growing in Palmyra, a region of Syria, more thick than honey and sweet in taste, which taken as a drink of 2 cups to 1/2 pint of water drives dyspepsia and bilious fluids out through the bowels. Those who take it become sluggish and deficient in virility, but this should not disturb us. They are to be kept awake and not allowed to be overcome by too deep a sleep. Oil is also prepared from the fat of the young olive shoots, the old oil being best, thick, fat, not cloudy. It warms, and is effective rubbed on for those things that darken the pupils, and daubed on is good for leprosy and painful nerves. Part 36. Kikinon eleon. Common name now, castor oil plant, croton oil plant, pavana. Cicinum is prepared as follows. Take ripe cicinum seeds as much as you think suitable and dry them in the sun, scattering them along as they used to do grapes until the bark that closes them in when broken apart falls off. Then gathering the flesh or pulp together, put it into a mortar, and having pounded it carefully, put it into a kettle with a tin cover that has water in it, and placing fire underneath, make it boil. When you have removed all the moisture, take the kettle from the fire and collect the oil that swims on top with a spoon and bottle it. Because the Egyptians use it in great abundance, they prepare it differently. After they have picked them, they place the seeds into a mill and grind them carefully. Then throwing the grinds into baskets, they squeeze it out with a press. The seeds are in season or ripe when they are rid of the small bladders that enfold them. This oil of cicinum is good for ulcers that penetrate the head, parasitical skin diseases, inflammation of the perineum, and obstructions and damage to the uterus, as well as scars from goring by horned animals and earache. Mixed with plasters, it makes them more effective. Taken as a drink, it draws out watery matter through the bowels, and it also draws out worms. Part 37. Elaeon amygdalinon. Common name now, almond oil, bitter almond. Raw seed of bitter almond is poisonous. Amygdalinum oil or metopium is made as follows. Having picked and dried 4 quarts of bitter almonds, beat them gently with a wooden pestle in a mortar until they are pulped. Pour on them 1 pint of hot water and let them absorb it for half an hour, from which time beat it strongly again. Then press it on a board, squeeze it out, and take that which sticks to your fingers into a spoon. Afterwards, pour a half pint of water into that which was squeezed out, and allow it to be absorbed, and repeat as before. 4 quarts of seeds make 1/2 pint of oil. It is effective against womb pains, constriction, the womb turning around, and things that darken the same places, as well as headaches, ear problems, resonance, and tinnitus. It helps inflammation of the kidneys, urination illness, kidney stones, asthma, and splenitis. Furthermore, it removes spots from the face, sunburn, and wrinkles on the skin mixed with honey, the root of lily, and Cyprian rosewax. With wine, it mends moisture of the pupils of the eye and removes penetrative ulcers and dandruff. Part 38. Balanonon eleon. Common name now, Hara nut tree, gall oak, nut gall, dyer's oak, Egyptian balsam, zacum oil tree. In the same way oil balanonon is prepared, it has strength to clean spots, freckles, down on the face, and darkening cataracts, and it purges the intestines. It is bad for the stomach. Poured in with goose fat, it is good for earache, ear resonance, and tinnitus. Part 39. Aleon sesamonon kai karuinon. Common name now, sesame oil, sesame, walnuts, hazelnuts. Both sesaminum and caryainum oil, which is made from carya kernels, are prepared in the same way as those mentioned above. They have the same strength as balanonon. Part 40. Euosquaminon elion. Common name now, henbane, henbell, oil of henbane. It is poisonous. Hyoscyaminum is prepared as follows. Take dry new white seed, and having pounded it, steep it in hot water as was previously described in amygdalinum. Then place it in the sun and mix it until it turns black and has a strong smell. Then, having strained it through a linen cloth and having squeezed it, store it. It is good for earaches and is mixed with suppositories, having a softening quality. Part 41. Needlayan. Common name now, oil from grains, seeds of nidium, spurge flax. Nidium is prepared in the same way from rubbings of grains or seeds that have been pounded and pilled. Taken as a drink, it is able to loosen the bowels. Part 42. Nicolan. Common name now, safflower, saffron thistle. In the same way nicinum is made, which has the same uses as the oil from rubbed grain but is somewhat weaker. Part 43. Raphanalaean. Common name now, radish seed oil, common cultivated radish. Raphanum is made from its own seed, as are the rest. It is good for those who by some sickness have got psoriasis, and it cleans away rough skin around the face. Those in Egypt use it, boiling it with their sauce. Part 44. Melanthalaeon. Common name now, common fennel flower, black cumin, love in a mist, devil in a bush. It is poisonous. Melanthium has the same uses and is prepared like raphanum. Part 45. Sinapeleon. Common name now, black mustard, white mustard, salad mustard, cultivated mustard, mustard oil. Sinapinum is prepared by grinding the mustard seeds small and steeping it in warm water, then mixing the oil with it and straining it out together. It is good for diseases of a long duration, drawing out faulty fluids from far within. Part 46. Myrcene leon. Common name now, broad-leaved myrtle. Myrcenum oil is prepared as follows. Take the tender leaves of black myrtle, whether wild or planted, beat them, pressing out the juice, then mixing the same amount of unripe olive oil with the juice, warm it over coals until it is boiled together, spooning up that which floats on top. An easier method of preparation is to boil the tenderest leaves after they have been pounded in water and oil, and to skim off the oil that swims on the top. Another way is having laid the leaves in the sun to steep them in oil. There are some thicken the oil first with malacoria, cupressus, and juncus odoratus. The most effective oil inclines towards bitterness in its taste, and is oily, green, and transparent, and smells of myrtle. It is astringent and hardening. As a result, it is effective mixed with medications for hardening. It is good for burns, penetrative ulcers in the head, dandruff, pimple eruptions, chapped skin, galls, joints, and joints loosening. It represses sweats and is good for all things that need an astringent or thickening. Part 47. Daphne. Common name now, laurel oil, laurel of Caesar, laurel, Roman laurel, horse tongue, double tongue. Laudanum is made from overripe bayberries which are ready to fall from the tree boiled in water, because they send up a certain kind of fat from the husk enclosing them, which is squeezed out by hand and scooped up in spoons. Some first thicken oil of unripe olives with cypress, juncus odoratus, and calamus, and after throwing in the tender leaves of bay to boil them together. There are some who add bayberries to this until it smells enough of bay. Some also mix in styrax and myrrh. The best bay for the manufacture of oil is mountainous and broad-leaved. The best oil of bay is new and greenish in color, very bitter and sharp. It is warming and softening, opening blood vessels that were shut and overcoming exhaustion. It is good for all infirmities around the tendons, earaches, and for those troubled with dripping mucus. It is an excellent ointment, as good as anything else for those with kidneys inflamed because of cold. Taken as a drink, it is nauseating. Part 48. Shinalion or Masticalion. Common name now, mastic tree, pepper tree, herb mastic, oil of mastic, turpentine tree. Schininum or lentecinum is made from ripe berries the same as oil of bay and thickened before use. It heals parasitic skin diseases on beasts of burden and dogs and can be used for other veterinary reasons. It is effective mixed with suppositories, remedies to remove fatigue, and medications for leprosy. It also stops sweating. Terminthinos is also made the same way. It cools and binds. Masticinum is made from mastic pounded into small pieces. It is good for disorders in the womb, gently warming, astringent, softening. It is also good laid on the stomach for hardened swellings, for the abdominal cavity and dysentery, and for cleaning away spots on the face and causing a good color. The best is compounded in the Isle of Chios. Part 49. Muron synthesis. Common name now, medicinal ointments. Seeing that ointments also are effective for some diseases, either mixed with other medicines, dropped on, poured on, or smelled, we thought it logical to make this suggestion, that those who test them must determine whether the ointments smell exactly of those herbs from which the mixture is made. This method of judgment is the best, yet this is not observed in some ointments because of the prevalence of stronger ingredients, as in amaracinum, crocinum, and telinum, as well as some others which are tested by sampling them often. Part 50. Rhodanon. Common name now, common rose, French rose, oil of rose. Rosacea oil is made as follows. Take 5 pounds 8 ounces of juncus odoratus and 20 pounds 5 ounces of oil. Bruise the juncus and steep it in water. Then boil it, stirring it up and down. Strain it out into the 20 pounds 5 ounces of oil. Put 1,000 counted dry rose petals into it, and having rubbed your hands with honey, stir the mixture up and down, and then squeezing the petals gently. Then after leaving them for a night, press them out. When the dregs have sunk down, change the receiving jar and store it in large bowls wiped with honey. Then throwing the strained roses in a small washing jar, pour on them 8 pounds and 5 ounces of the thickened oil and strain them out again, and this will be the second pressing. And if you will, for a third or fourth time, pour oil in again on the roses and strain them out again. A first, second, third, and fourth oil are made. Each time rub the inside of the jars with honey. If you mean to make a second insertion, put the same number of new dry rose petals into the oil that was first pressed out, and stirring it up and down with hands smeared with honey, Press it out, and repeat in the same way the second, third, and fourth time, pressing it out again. And as often as you do this, put in fresh roses, paring off their stems for this way it becomes stronger. The oil can take this addition of roses 7 times, but by no means any farther. Also rub the press with honey. You ought to carefully separate the oil from the juice, for if even a little of it is left in there, it will corrupt the oil. Some use the roses alone, cut off their stems or whites, and infuse them by placing them in the sun, having the amount of ½ a pound of petals to 1 pint of oil, changing the petals every 8 days, and leaving them in the sun for 40 days, and then storing it. Some first thicken the oil by adding calamus and aspalathes. Some include anchusa to give it a pleasant color, and salt so that it does not spoil. It is astringent and cooling, good for cleaning and mixing with poultices. Taken as a drink, it loosens the bowels and cools a heated stomach. It fills up hollow boils and makes soothing medications for malignancies. It is a rub for penetrative ulcers, catarrh in the head, and heated eruptions, and a lotion for headache as well as a mouth rinse for the start of a toothache. It is good rubbed on for eyelids that have grown hard, and it is good given as a suppository for rosions, the gnawing corrosion or irritations of the intestines and the vulva. Part 51. Elatinon. Common name now, oil of cucumber, squirting cucumber. Having broken and bruised the elaterium, put it into a washing jar and pour on it oil of unripe olives. Let it remain for 3 days, and then take it up into a basket and press it out. Use the same weight of each ingredient, then, having stored it in a clean jar, use it. It has the same uses as the rosacea, but does not soothe the bowels. Part 52. Melanon. Common name now, Cydonia, quince. Oil of melanum is prepared as follows. Having mixed together 6 pints of oil and 10 pints of water, add 3 ounces of bruised spatha or elaterium and 1 ounce of Juncus odoratus, and after letting them lie together for a day, boil them. Afterwards, having strained out the oil, put it into a broad-mouthed jar, lay over it a mat of reeds or some thin covering, and place the fruit of Cydonia on top of it, covering them with cloths. Allow them to stand thus for many days, until the oil has extracted the strength from the quinces. Some cover the fruit with cloths for 10 days, so that the sweet smell may be kept in and not breathe out. Afterwards they steep them in oil 2 days and 2 nights, and then press it out and bottle it. It is astringent and cooling, effective for scabies, a itchy parasitical disease, ulcers, dandruff, chilblains, and shingles, also known as herpes. Used as drops, it is good for open disorders in the vulva, and given as a suppository, it stops urinary urgency and represses sweating. It is taken as a drink against vomiting from ingesting dried beetles, buprestes and panorum. The best is considered to smell like the fruit of Cydonia. Part 53. Oenanthinon. Common name now, wild grape, sorrel vine, Oenanthemum. Having dried the sweet-smelling shoots or buds of the wild grape, put it into oil of unripe olives and stir it around. Churn it upside down and leave it so for 2 days. Afterwards, strain it out and store it. It is astringent, equivalent to rosaceum, except it neither loosens nor softens the bowels. That which carries the smell of the shoots or buds is the most approved of. Part 54. Telenon. Common name now, fenugreek, oil of fenugreek. Take 5 pounds of fenugreek, 9 pounds of oil, 1 pound of calamus, and 2 pounds of cypress. Steep the herbs in the oil for 7 days, stirring it up and down 3 times a day, and afterwards press it out and store it. There are some who use cardamomum instead of calamus, and opobalsamum instead of cypress, and steep them together. Others first thicken the oil with these, and afterwards steep the fenugreek in there and strain it out. It is able to soften mature abscesses and is especially good for hard lumps around the uterus and for obstinate body cavities, dripped in when it becomes dry around those places, the moist fluids having been formerly evacuated. Administer it for inflammation in the perineum and for the unproductive urge to evacuate. It cleans dandruff and penetrative ulcers in the head, and it is good for burns and chilblains. It gets off spots of sunburn with wax, and it is mixed with medicines made to clean the face. Choose that which is new, scours the hands, is bittersweet in taste, and does not smell too much like fenugreek, for that is the best. Part 55. Sampsuchinon. Common name now, sweet marjoram, knotted marjoram. Take an amount each of serpillum, cassia, abritanum, flowers of cecimbrium, leaves of myrtle, and sampsuchum, that by guess you shall think suitable, having respect for the strength of each. Beat all these together, and pour on them unripe olive oil, but not enough to overwhelm the strength of those things which are steeped in it, and so leave it alone for 4 days. Afterwards strain it, and take the same amount of the same fresh herbs again, and steep them for another 4 days to make it stronger. Choose sampsuchum that is a black greenish color, strongly scented and quite sharp. This oil is warming and sharp, reducing the intensity of symptoms. It is good for the closing up and distortions of the vulva, extracts the menstrual flow and afterbirth, is an abortifacient and refreshes constriction of the vulva. It lessens pains of the abdomen and groin. It is best used with honey since it hardens places with excessive astringency, and rubbed on it disperses exhaustion. It is effectively mixed with poultices for tetanus and for other kinds of convulsions. Part 56. Ochimenon. Common name now, basil, sweet basil, oil of basil. Take 20 pounds of oil and 11 pounds 8 ounces of basil in weight. Take off the leaves, steep them in the oil for a night and a day, then press it out and bottle it. Then take the leaves out of the basket, pour in the same amount of oil on them again and press it out. This is called that which follows, for it does not allow a third steeping. Then take the same amount of new basil and steep it again as described in instructions about rosaceum. Then pour in the oil from the first steeping, let the leaves lie and soak in there in equal time, and afterwards strain it out and bottle it. If you wish to steep it 3 or 4 times, always put in new basil. It may also be made from unripe olives, but the other way is best. It does the same things as sampsuchinum, but not as effectively. Part 57. Abritanum. Common name now, southernwood, oil of southernwood. Abritanum is made as follows. Take 8 pounds of the leaves of abritanum and 11 pounds 5 ounces of the oil aromatized with the ingredients that go into saprinum, and having steeped them in oil a day and a night, strain it out. If you wish to make it last a long time, throw away the first leaves, put in other leaves, steep them too, and strain it out. It is warming and good for closing up or hardness in the vulva and expelling the menstrual flow and afterbirth. Part 58. Anethanon. Common name now, dill, oil of dill. Steep 11 pounds and 8 ounces of the flowers of anethum for 1 day in 8 pounds 9 ounces of oil, then squeeze it out by hand and store it. If you wish to make a second steeping, add new flowers of anethum. It can soothe distress around the vulva and open it, and is effective for hard lumps on the gums, warming and dissolving weariness, and is good for sores of the joints. Part 59. Susinon. Common name now, Madonna lily, white lily, lily asphodel, poison bulb. It is poisonous. Susinum is also called lilinum or liliaceum and is made as follows. After you have mixed together 9 pounds 5 ounces of oil, 5 pounds 3 ounces of calamus, and 5 ounces of myrrh in fragrant wine, boil it, let the oil run through a strainer, pour it out again, and add 3 pounds 6 ounces of cardamom bruised and steeped in rain water. Allow it to be sufficiently steeped together, then strain it out. Take 3½ pounds of this thickened oil and 1,000 lilies, and having stripped off their leaves, put them in a broad but not deep jar. Pour in the oil, stir it around with your hands that have been previously rubbed with honey, and let it stand for a day and a night. The next morning, pour it into a cupped strainer, and when it is strained, separate the oil on top from the water that is strained out with it, because it will not permit the water with it, like rosaceum, but when heated together, it grows hot again and is spoiled. Pour it out again into other jars smeared with honey, first sprinkling a little salt in there and taking away the filth carefully as it gathers together. Take the strained aromatic stuff out of the basket and placing it into a broad jar, pour in on it again the same amount of the aromatized oil as at first. Put in 10 teaspoons of bruised cardamom, stir it well with your hands, and after waiting a little, strain it out, removing the filth off from that which runs out. Pour on the oil again a third time. Repeat the procedure, throwing in the cardamom and the salt with it, and press it out after first smearing your hands with honey. That which was the first strained out will be the best, the second the next after that, and the third the least. Then take another 1,000 lilies and strip off their leaves, lay them in order, and pour on them the oil that was first strained out. Work methodically, doing the same things over again as you did at first, mingling cardamom as before and afterwards straining it out. Do the same the second and the third time, placing into it the cardamom, afterwards straining it out and repeating the procedure. As often as you steep fresh lilies in there, by so much you shall have the ointment stronger. Finally, when it seems to you that you have enough, mix with every preparation 72 teaspoons of the best myrrh, 10 teaspoons of crocus, and 75 teaspoons of cinnamon. Some take the same amount of crocus and cinnamon, having pounded and sifted it, put it into a jar with water, and pour on it the ointment from the first pressing. Afterwards, leaving it alone a little while after they put it into little dry jars and smeared around with gum or myrrh and saffron and honey diluted with water. Do the very same things to the second and third pressings. Some make it with nothing else but oil balaninum or some other oil and lilies. The oil which is made in Phoenicia and in Egypt is thought to excel most, the best being that which smells most of lilies. It is warming and softening, opening closures and inflammation around the vulva, and in general, it is the most effective of all for female ailments. It is also good for scaly scalp, varicose veins, dandruff, and fever eruptions. It quickly alters vibices, the marks from blood under the skin during a fever, and makes them the same color as the rest of the skin. Generally, it is very purifying. Taken as a drink, it expels bile through the bowels and induces the passage of urine, but it hurts the stomach and causes nausea. Part 60. Narcissinone. Common name now, wild narcissus, daffodil, Lent lily, Lent rose, oil of narcissus. Oleum narcissinum is thickened as follows. Take 30 pounds 5 ounces of washed oil and 6 pounds of aspalathum pounded and steeped in water. Mix it with a third of the oil and boil it. Take out the aspalathum and put in 5 pounds 8 ounces of calamus and pounded sifted grains of myrrh steeped in old fragrant wine. Mix it and boil it, and when it is boiled with these ingredients, take it off. When it is cold, strain out the oil. Then take the oil and pour it out into a jar and add a large amount of narcissus flowers, stirring it up and down for 2 days. Then, as we said in succinum, strain it out and repeatedly pour it out from one jar to another. As it is also quickly spoiled, it is good for damage in the vulva, softening hardness and closures around it. It causes headaches, however. Part 61. Crocanon. Common name now, oil of crocus. It is poisonous. Intending to prepare crocinum, you must first of all thicken the oil as was explained in succinum with the very same weight and amount. Take therefore 3½ pounds of the thickened oil of succinum, put in there 8 teaspoons of crocus and stir it up and down often each day, doing this continuously for 5 days together. On the 6th day pour out the oil, separate it from the crocus, pour in again on the same crocus the same amount of new oil, and stir it up and down for 13 days. Then, having poured it all back again, mix with it 40 teaspoons of myrrh pounded and sifted, stir it around well in a mortar, and bottle it. Some use as much aromatized oil for crocinum as they do for cyprinum. The best smells abundantly of crocus, and this is fit for medicinal use. And the next best smells of myrrh. It is warming and sleep-inducing. Thus it is often good for an unsound mind when the head is moistened with it, or if it is merely smelled, or if the nostrils are rubbed with it. It induces movement of pus, cleanse boils, and is good for hardness in the uterus and closure and other ill afflictions there, with wax, crocus, marrow, and double the oil. It digests, softens, moistens, and lessens. It is also good for glaucoma of the eyes rubbed on with water. This is the same as butyrinum, onychonum, and styrosinum, differing only in name, but having the same preparation and effect. Part 62. Cuprinon. Common name now, cypress, henna shrub, Egyptian privet, oil of cypress. Take 1 part washed oil of unripe olives and 1.5 parts of rainwater. Pour out some of this into the oil, and mix the other with the aromata, the fragrant herbs that are to be put in. Afterwards take 5.5 pounds of aspalathus, 6.5 pounds of calamus, 1 pound of myrrh, 3 pounds 9 ounces of cardamom, and 9 pounds 5 ounces of oil. Having bruised and steeped the aspalathus, throw it in the water, and boil it with the oil until it boils together. Then steep the myrrh in old fragrant wine, steep the bruised calamus together with the myrrh, and taking out the aspalathus, put in this mixture of calamus. When it has boiled together, take down the kettle, strain out the oil, and pour it on the bruised cardamom and that which was steeped in the rest of the water, and stir it around with a continuous splashing, not stopping until it is cold. Afterwards, strain out the oil and put 46 pounds 8 ounces of cypress flowers into 28 pounds of oil. Allow them to be steeped and strain them through a wicker basket. If you would have more of it, place in again the same amount of new flowers. Strain it out in same way again, and if you will, you may steep it a 3rd and a 4th time, for in this way it is made more effective. Choose that which is good and which strongly impresses the nostrils with its sweet smell. Some also mingle cinnamon with it. It has a warming, softening quality, opening the mouths of the blood vessels, good for disorders of the vulva and nerves, and for pleurisy and fractures, both alone as well as mixed with a stiff ointment. It is also put into softening medicines made to help those troubled with stiff convulsions of the neck, as well as those troubled with angina, and for inflammation of the groin. It is also put into medicines against weariness. Part 63. Ironon. Common name now, German iris, iris oil, flowering ring. It is poisonous. Take 6 pounds 8 ounces of spatha or alata pounded as small as possible, and 73 pounds 5 ounces of oil. Mix it with 5 pints of water. Place it into a brass jar and boil it until it absorbs the smell of spatha. Afterwards, strain it out into a basin smeared with honey. From this aromatized oil, the first ironum is prepared, the iris being steeped in the thickened oil as described below. Or else do the following. Take 5 pounds 2 ounces of xylobalsamum and 70 pounds 5 ounces of oil, and having pounded them as above, boil them together. Afterwards, take out the xylobalsamum, put in 9 pounds 10 ounces of bruised calamus, as well as an equal weight of grains of myrrh steeped in old fragrant wine. Afterwards, take 14 pounds of this thickened and aromatized oil, steep the same weight of bruised iris in there, leave it undisturbed for 2 days and 2 nights, and afterwards strain it out lustily and forcibly. If you would have it stronger, add the same amount of iris, steeping similarly the same amount a 2nd and 3rd time, then strain it out. The best by far smells of nothing else but only of iris, such as that made in Perga, Pamphylia, and that made in Elis, Achaia. It is softening and warming, and it cleans crusted ulcers, decaying flesh and filth, and it is good for conditions around the vulva, and for inflammation and closures of it. It expels a birth and opens hemorrhoids. It is good for noises in the ears applied with vinegar, rue, and bitter almonds. For dripping mucus that has endured long, the nostrils are rubbed with it, and also for fetid nasal polyps. A drink of a wine cupful purges the bowels, is good for suffering of the stomach, encourages urine, and is good for those who have difficulty vomiting, their fingers being rubbed with it to put down the throat or given with other things that cause vomiting. It is good rubbed on for angina or gargled with honey and water, and also for roughness of the arteries. It is given as an antidote to those who have taken a drink of hemlock, fungi, or coriander. Part 64. Glucinon. Common name now, uruped pulp of grapes in oil, oil of must. Glucinum simplex is prepared from oil of unripe olives, rushes, calamus, Celtic nard, spatha, aspalathus, melilot, costus, and must. The vinandea must laid in the jar that contains the fragrant herbs with the wine and oil. It is stirred up and down twice every day for 30 days and then strained out and stored. It is warming, softening, and relaxing, good for chills, sinewy diseases, and disorders of the vulva. It is more effective than acopon, the medicines to remove fatigue being softening. Part 65. Amarachinon. Common name now mayweed, Amaracus dittany of Crete, Parthenium. The best amaracinum is made in Cyzicum. It is made from the oils of unripe olives and balaninum, thickened with xylobalsamum, sconus and calamus, the sweet flag, but sweetened with amaracus and costus, amomum, nard, carpobalsam, the fruit of opalobalsamum, and myrrh. Those who make it expensively include cinnamon. Honey and wine are used both for rubbing the jars and steeping the fragrant herbs that have been pounded. It is warming, sleep-inducing, opening the blood vessels, softening, heating, and diuretic, effective for decaying flesh, fistulas, and watery ruptures occurring after the help of surgery. It breaks cradle cap on all sides and growing ulcers, and it is good for difficult urination if the perineum or buttocks and anus rubbed with it, and it is also good rubbed on for inflammation of the same places, and for opening hemorrhoids. Applied to the uterus, it induces passage of the menstrual flow and dissolves hardness and oedema, the water retention, in the vulva. It is good for hurt tendons and muscles, moistened and applied in thin pads of wool. There is also a kind of oil which naturally, and of its own accord, drops out of the rock with a sweet smell and a certain heaviness. It is found in Arabia and Italy, and is very effective for many uses. It is able to dry, open, and glue tendons together. It is good for scabs and ulcers, and it also lessens and subdues wind. It is also called megalium, which is used to be made but is no longer. Yet for the completeness of the history, it will not be out of place to speak something of it. The mixture of this is the same as amaracinum, but there is resin added to it, so that it differs only in that. It is gently softening. Resin is mixed with the oils, neither for preservation nor delight's sake, but only to color and thicken them. Turpentine is also mixed with it and boiled until it stops smelling. The method of boiling it is explained in the section on resin. Another name for this is heady croon, and which is made in Co. has the same strength and the same method of preparation as amaracinum, but it smells sweeter. Part 66. Metopion. Common name now, galbanum. An ointment is prepared in Egypt which they call metopium, because they mix galbanum with it, for the wood out of which galbanum is made they call metopium. A mixture is made of bitter almonds, oil of unripe olives and cardamom, sconus, calamus, honey, wine, myrrh, seeds of balsam, galbanum, and resin. The best smells strongly and is fat, resembling cardamom and myrrh rather than galbanum. It heats and burns considerably, and it also opens the mouths of blood vessels. It draws and purges ulcers. It is effective applied with antiseptic plasters for strength, muscles that have been cut, and watery lungs. It is mixed with warm compresses and stiff ointments. It is good for chills and reversed curved bodies in convulsions. It encourages sweat, opens closed blood vessels of the uterus, and loosens hardness around it, and in general, it has a softening quality. Part 67. Mendician. Common name now, resin. Mendesium is made from balanine oil, myrrh, cassia, and resin. Some, after they have put in everything by weight, additionally put in a little cinnamon, But this is unnecessary because the things that are not pounded together do not yield their strength. It has similar properties to metopium, yet to a lower degree. Part 68. Stacte. Common name now, myrrh, myrrh, oil of myrrh. Stacte is the fat of new myrrh bruised with a little water and pressed out with an instrument. It has a very sweet smell, is precious, and by itself makes an ointment called stacte. The approved stacte is not mixed with oil and has a great deal of strength in a little amount, with a warming quality similar to myrrh and hot oils. Part 69. Cinnamomenon. Common name now, oil of cinnamon. Cinnamomenon is made from oil of balanine and thickened with xylobalsamum, calamus, schönis, the sweetness of cinnamon, carpobalsamum, 4 times the quantity of myrrh has cinnamon, and honey is mixed in to incorporate them. The best approved is not sharp, with a mild smell and with myrrh predominating, thick and sweet smelling, and with a very bitter taste. This has its thickness not from resin, but from myrrh. For resin neither gives it bitterness nor a sweet smell. It is sharp, warming, and bitter. Therefore it opens the mouths of blood vessels by warming, and it dissolves, dissipates, and draws forth all fluids and windiness, but it offends the head. It is good for diseases around the vulva with twice as much oil and wax and bone marrow, for this way it reduces much of its sharpness and becomes softening. Otherwise it burns and hardens more violently than all other thickened ointments. It is effective with cardamom for fistulas, decaying flesh, watery lungs, carbuncles, the infected boils and gangrene, and rubbed on for chills which recur, tremors, and those bitten by virulent beasts. It is to be applied with bruised green figs to those touched by scorpions or phalangii, the harvest spiders. Part 70. Nardinon muron. Common name now, spikenard ointment. Valerian. Nardinum ointment is prepared various ways, either with the leaf of malabathrum or without it. For the most part it is mixed with oil balanine or unripe olive oil, and to thicken the oil juncus odoratus is added, and to give it a sweet smell, costus, amomum, nardus, myrrh, and balsamum are added. The best is thin, not sharp, with the sweet smell in it of dried nardus or amomum. It reduces the intensity of symptoms and purifies fluids with a sharp, cleansing warming strength. It is moist and not thick like a stalk or stem unless it has resin in it. Some with less value is made from unripe olive oil, juncus odoratus, calamus, costus, and nardus. Part 71. Malabathrinon. Common name now, ling nut, cincara nut, water snowflake, water starwort. Malabathrinum or foliatum that is thickened like nardinum has more myrrh, thus it is warming and equal to crocynum or amaricinum. Part 72. Iasmaleon. Common name now, Arabian jasmine, oil of jasmine. That which is called jasmine is made among the Persians from the white flowers of jasmine, 2 ounces of which are placed into an Italian pint of sesame oil, then changed and softened again as described in the manufacture of liliaceum. The use of this is entertained among the Persians at their banquets for the sweet scent that it yields. It is good for the whole body after bathing, for those who want warmth and relaxation. It has a heavy sweet smell, so that many do not willingly use it. Part 73. Smyrna. Common name now, myrrh tree, myrrh. Smyrna or myrrh is the oozing of a tree like the Egyptian tree which grows in Arabia, an incision being made in the thorns, from which the gum drips down onto the mat spread underneath, but some congeals around the stalk of the tree. Some of this is called pediosomus, as we should say, campestris, from which when pressed stacte, oil of new myrrh, is taken. Another called gabarea is more thick and grows in fruitful and fertile places. It also yields much stacte. Priority is given to that called troglodytica from the place that breeds it, a pale green, biting and transparent. Some is also gathered which is thinner, next in esteem to the primitive, soft like bdellium, with a poisonous smell as it were, growing in sunny places. There is another kind called cauculus, which is smelly, black and dried. The worst of all is that which is called ergasima, which is rough, with little fat and sharp, resembling gum both in sight and strength. That called amania is also not allowed. Fragrant and fat pressings are made from the fat gum. Pressings neither fat nor good smelling from the dry gum, weaker because they did not take in oil in their manufacture or forming. It is counterfeited by gum steeped in the water in which myrrh was infused and mixed. Choose that which is new, brittle, light, of the same color throughout, and which when broken is smooth like a nail, and in small pieces, bitter, sharp, fragrant, and warming. That which is ponderous, weighs heavy, and is the color of pitch is useless. It is warming, room-closing, sleep-inducing, retaining, drying, and astringent. It soothes and opens the closed vulva, and it expels the menstrual flow and birth speedily applied with wormwood, a dilution of lupins or juice from rue. The amount of a bean is taken like a catapodium or pill against a long-enduring cough, asthma, pains of the side and chest, looseness of the bowels, and dysentery. It dissolves chills and acute fevers, especially recurrent paroxysmic ones. The amount of a bean taken in a drink with pepper and water 2 hours before the fit. Put under the tongue and melted it. It helps both sharpness of the arteries and hoarseness of the voice. It kills worms and is chewed for stinking breath. For sores on the armpits, it is rubbed on with liquid alum. Used as a mouthwash with wine and oil, it strengthens teeth and gums. Rubbed on with the flesh of a snail, it cures broken ears and exposed bones, as well as pus in the ears and their inflammation with meconium, castoreum, and glaucium. It is rubbed on varicose veins with cassia and honey. It cleans away impetigo or skin infection with vinegar, and it stops hair falling out or alopecia, rubbed on with ladanum, wine, and oil myrcinum. Rubbed on the ear externally, it alleviates long-enduring discharges. It fills up ulcers in the eyes, and it wears off white spots on the cornea and things which darken the pupils. It also smooths rough skin. A soot is also made of it like soot of frankincense, effective for the same purposes, as we will show. Another variant, boiotic and myrrh, which is also known as horse parsley, Alexander's, and black lovage, comes out of the cut root of a certain plant growing in Boeotia. Choose that which resembles myrrh in the sweet smell. It is softening, warming, and dissolving. It is also effective mixed in inhalations of smoke or fumes. Part 73. Styrax. Common name now, styrax tree, gum Benjamin tree, benzo. Styrax is the oozing of a certain tree like a quince tree. The best is yellow, fat, full of resin, having white under the clots, which remains a long time in its sweet sauce, and which when it is softened releases a certain honeyish kind of moisture. The gabalites, Pisiaticus, and the silicious are like this. That which is black, brittle, and like bran or encrusted is worthless. And oozing like the gum is also found, which is transparent like myrrh, but there is only a little that grows of this. They counterfeit it with powder from the same tree, made by the boring of worms, by mixing honey with it, and the thick matter of iris, and certain other things. Some also aromatize wax or tallow in the sharpest sun, work it together with styrax, and press it out into cold water through a colander with broad holes, making as it were little worms of it, and they sell it, calling it vermiculatum, which is now a name for gum of acacia thorns. Those who are unskillful approve of it as authentic, not noticing the weak intensity of the smell, for that which is without deceit is very sharp. It is warming, softening, and digestive. It cures coughs and dripping mucus, runny noses, hoarseness, and loss of the voice. It is good for closures and hardness in the vulva, and taken as a drink and applied it dries out the menstrual flow. It gently softens the bowels if a little of it is swallowed down with resin terminthos. It is also effective mixed with dispersing ointments or plasters and acapon or fatigue removers. It is burned, roasted, scorched, and made into a soot like thus, and this soot is good for the same things as thus. But the ointment styracinum, also referred to as oil of crocus, which is made from it, in Syria warms and powerfully softens, but it causes pain, heaviness of the head, and sleep. Part 74. Bdellium. Common name now, bdellium tree, Sarandinian tree. Bdellium, which some call medelcum or bolchum, is the oozing of a Sarandinian tree. The best approved is bitter in taste, transparent, fat like bull's glue, fat in the inside of it, and easily growing soft, without wood or other filth, with a very sweet smell when burnt, like Juncus odoratus. There is another sort, filthy and black in bigger pieces, rolled up into lumps, brought out of India. It is also brought from a town called Petra, and this is dry, resinous, black and blue underneath, and next in strength to the first. It is counterfeited by mixing gum with it, but this is not as bitter to the taste, and when burnt and smoked it does not smell as sweet. It is warming and softening, and diluted with the spittle of one fasting it dissolves hardness and swellings of the throat and watery ruptures. It opens the entrance to the vulva when applied and the smoke inhaled. It is an abortifacient and draws out moisture. Taken as a drink, it breaks up kidney stones and it expels urine. It is effective given for coughs and poisonous creatures' bites. It is good for hernia, convulsions, and pain of the side, and for the accumulated wind in those who have run. It is put into warm compresses which are good for hardness and the knots in the nerves. Bruised, it is worked together with wine or hot water is poured on it. Part 75. Libanon thus. Common name now, a Libanum tree, gum, from frankincense. Thus, which is also called thurifera, grows in Arabia, the best of which is the masculum called stegonias, naturally round. This, when not cut, is white, and when broken, fat within. Put on fire, it burns straight. The Indian is both yellow-brown underneath and a pale yellow in color. It is made round by art and industry. For cutting it into cubes and throwing them into jars of clay, they roll them up and down so long in there until they take a round form. Such thus as this grows yellow in time, and is called adamum or siagrium. Next to this is that from Arabia, and that which grows in amylum. It is also called copiscum or abundant, and it is smaller and more yellow. There is some called amomites, which is otherwise white, but when softened is yielding like mastic. All thus is adulterated with resin of pine and gum, being artificially handled. Discerning this is easy. The gum when put into a fire does not flame out, and the resin evaporates into smoke, but the thus is kindled, and by its scent prove itself. It is able to warm, and is an astringent to clean away things which darken the pupils well, fill up the hollowness of ulcers, and draw them to a scar, and to glue together bloody wounds. And it is able to suppress all excessive discharges of blood, including that of the neural membrane. Pounded into small pieces and applied with linen dipped in milk, it lessens malignant ulcers around the perineum and other parts. It takes away new warts and impetigo or skin infection smeared on with vinegar and pitch. It cures ulcerous burns from fire and chilblains rubbed on with fat from a pig or goose. With saltpeter or potassium nitrate, it cures ulcers that penetrate the head. It is used with honey for hangnails and with pitch for bruises of the ears, and poured in with sweet wine for other sores of the ears. Rubbed on with fuller's earth or ammonium silicate and rosaceum, it is good for women's breasts inflamed from the time of their giving birth. It is effective mixed with medicines made for the arteries and the bowels, and taken as a drink it helps those who spit blood. Taken as a drink by those who are healthy, it brings madness, and taken as a drink in any great amount with wine, it kills. Thus is burnt in a clean ceramic jar and set on fire by a piece of it lighted by a candle until it is burnt. You must, after it is fully burnt, stop it with something until it is quenched, for so it will not be turned into ashes. Some also put a hollow brass jar around the pot, with holes in the middle for receiving the soot, as we will show in the description of the soot of thus. Some place it into unfired jars, wrap it around with clay, and burn it in a furnace. It is also burnt in a new ceramic jar with hot burning coals until it no longer bubbles, nor sends out any more fat or vapor, and that which is thoroughly burnt is easily broken. The best bark of thuris is thick, fat, fragrant, new, smooth, and neither coarse nor thin. It is counterfeited by mixing it with the bark of strobilinum, the fir cones, or pine cones. Fire will also betray these. For the others, when put into the fire, do not kindle, but smoke without any sweet smell and are extinguished. But the bark of thus kindles, and incense is made of it. It has the same properties as frankincense, but is more effective and astringent. As a result, it is better when taken in a drink for those who spit blood or are troubled with an excessive discharge from stomach or uterus, and as an astringent it is alternately a substitute. It is also good for scars on the eye, intestinal worms, and filth, and applied it is effective for scabby inflammation of the eyes. The approved manna, the exudation of frankincense, is white, clean, and grainy. It has the same strength as frankincense, but is somewhat grainy. Some adulterate it by mixing with it resin from the pine tree, sieved, and the flour used, or else bark of thus pounded. But fire tests all these, for they do not burn the same way, neither with the same strength nor with the same clear, airy smoke as the other, but with a sooty and impure one, and the sweet smell has a certain kind of sour one mixed with it. Make soot of thuris as follows: holding a grain of frankincense with a little pair of tongs to a lamp to set it alight, put it into a new hollow ceramic jar, then cover it with a brass jar, hollow within, full of holes in the middle, and carefully wiped very clean. Then put over on one side of it, or on both, little stones of 4 fingers in height to see whether the pieces burn or not, and that there may be a place where to put other grains under also before the first grain is quite out. Do this until you think that you have gathered enough soot, but always keep the outside of the brass cover moist with a sponge dipped in cold water. For all the soot adheres faster to it when it is not too hot, which otherwise, because of the lightness of it, falls off and is mixed with the ashes of frankincense. Therefore, having scraped off the first soot, do so again, as often as you shall think suitable, and also take away the ashes separately from the thus that has been burnt. It has the ability to soothe inflammation of the eyes, repress discharges, clean ulcers, fill hollow sores, and repress diseases of the cornea. Part 76. Lignuus scuessia. Common name now, soot of myrrh, rosin, and styrax. In the same way, soot is made from myrrh, rosin, and styrax, and these are good for the same purposes as the above. You can produce soot in the same way from other resins. Part 77. Pitus, poca, pituds. Common name now, pitch pine, Italian stone pine, pine seeds. Pities is a well-known tree. There is another similar tree called potes which differs in shape. The bark of both of them is astringent. Pounded into small pieces in a poultice then made of it, it is good with sediment of wine and manna, the exudation of trees for chafing dermatitis, superficial ulcers, and for burns. Taken with myrrh wax ointment, it brings boils to a scar in those with tender skin, and pounded into small pieces with blacking from a shoemaker, it represses serpentia our snakebite. It expels the birth and afterbirth out of the uterus, taken as inhalations by smoke, fumes, and taken as a drink it stops discharges of the intestines and encourages urine. Their leaves pounded into small pieces and made into a poultice lessen inflammation and keep wounds from being inflamed. Pounded into small pieces and boiled in vinegar, they lessen toothache when the teeth are washed with the warm liquid. 1 teaspoon of the leaves, when taken as a drink with water, or honey and water, is good for liver disorders. The bark from the cones and the split leaves taken in a drink are good for the same purposes. A toda, a piece of the heart of the tree cut in small pieces in a decoction boiled with vinegar and held into a tooth that suffers, lessens toothache. A paste is made from them suitable for preparations for enemas and suppositories. When they are burning, a soot is taken, good to make writing ink, and good also to be put in medicines for the eyelids. It is also good for erosions at the corners of the eyes, weeping eyes, and bald eyelids. Pityides are the fruit and seeds of the pines found in the cones. They are astringent and somewhat warming. They help coughs and disorders of the chest taken either by themselves or with honey. Dry pitch is made from decocted liquid pitch. It is also called pelimpisa, that is, pitch boiled again. Some of this, called boscus, is sticky like birdlime, and another sort is dry. The good dry pitch is pure, fat, smells good, and is golden underneath and resinous, such as the Lycian and Brutian, which share the two natures of pitch and resin. It is warming and softening, removing pus, dispersing tubercula, the nodules and pannus, a opaque thickening of cornea with veins, and filling up ulcers. It is effective mixed with wound medicines. Part 78. Strobiloi. Common name now, pine cones. Fir cones cleaned and eaten or taken in a drink with passum or raisin wine and cucumber seed are diuretic and dull irritations of the bladder and kidneys. They also lessen rosions, the gnawing corrosion of the stomach. Taken with juice of purslane, they strengthen infirmity of the body and dull the infection of fluids. Fir cones gathered whole from the trees, pounded while they are fresh, and boiled in passum or raisin wine, are good for old coughs and consumptive wasting if 3 cups of this liquid is taken every day. Part 79. Chinos, chenine retin. Common name now, mastic tree, pepper tree, herb mastic. Scinis is a well-known tree that is wholly astringent in its fruit and leaves. The bark of the branches and root are of equal strength. A juice is made of the bark, root, and leaves sufficiently boiled in water. Then after they are boiled, the plant material is removed and the water boiled again to the consistency of honey. Being of an astringent nature, it is good taken as a drink for throwing up blood, discharges from the stomach, and dysentery, as well as for bloody eruptions from the uterus, and for prolapse of the uterus and perineum. Generally, it may be used instead of acacia and hypocystis. The juice strained out of the leaves performs the same functions, and a decoction of the leaves applied with hot cloths fills hollow cavities, consolidates broken bones, and stops discharge of fluids from the uterus. It is a remedy against gangrenous sores and is diuretic, and it settles unstable teeth that are washed with it. The green sprigs are rubbed on the teeth instead of reed toothpicks to clean them. An astringent oil is made from the fruit, which is suitable for things which need an astringent. A resin called lenticina comes from lentescum, and also some called mastic. Taken as a drink, it is good for vomiting of blood and for an old cough. It is good for the stomach, causing belching. It is mixed with tooth powders and ointments for the face, making it clearer. It prevents the eyelashes from falling out and thickens them, and when chewed it causes sweet breath and strengthens the gums. The best and most abundant grows in Chios, and the choicest is that which is clear and similar in whiteness to Tyrrhenian wax, full, dry, crumbly, and sweet-smelling, but that which is green is bad. It is adulterated by frankincense and resin of pine cones being mixed with it. Part 80. Terminthos. Common name now, turpentine tree. Terminthos is a well-known tree, the leaves, fruit, and bark of which are astringent and good for the same things as lentisk, used and taken in the same way. The fruit is edible, but hurts the stomach. It is diuretic and warming, excellent to act on venereal diseases. Taken in a drink with wine, it is good against harvest spider bites. The resin is brought out of Arabia Petraea. It also grows in Judea, Syria, Cyprus, and Africa, and in the islands called Cyclades. The preferred resin is most clear, white, a glassy color, and inclining to an azure or blue, fragrant, and smells like terminthos. The resin from terminthos surpasses all other resins, and after it is the lenticina, then pituine and elaterium. After these are reckoned both pusettinum and pine cones. Now all resin has a soothing, warming, dispersing, cleansing quality, good for coughs and consumption. The tuberculosis, taken in syrups either by itself or with honey, purging what should be purged out of the chest. It is also diuretic, helps digestion, softens the intestines, and is good for retaining hair on the eyebrows. It is good for leprosy with rust from brass, blacking from a shoemaker, and saltpeter or potassium nitrate. For ears which run with filthy matter, it is applied with oil and honey, and it is effective for itching genitals. It is mixed with plasters, warm compresses, and remedies to remove fatigue. Rubbed on or applied by itself, it helps pains of the side. Part 81. Retina alas. Common name now: white spruce, silver fir, fir, larch, cypress, pitch pine, pine. Moist resin also comes out of the pine tree and the pitch tree, brought from Gallia and Etruria. Previously it was sometimes brought from Colophon, from which it had its surname of Colophonia, as well as from Galatia, which is near the Alps, in which the inhabitants of that place in their proper tongue call it the larch tree. This is particularly good when taken in a syrup or alone for lasting coughs. They are also different in color, for one is white, another of oil color, and another looks like honey, such as that of the larch tree. Moist resin also comes out of the cypress tree, good for the same purposes. Of that which is dry there is some called strobilina from pine cones, elaterium, pusine, and pituine. Choose that which smells sweetest and is clear, neither too dry nor too moist, but like wax and brittle. Of these that of the pitch tree and fir tree excel, for they have a sweet smell and resemble frankincense in their odor. The best are brought out of Pityusa, an island which lies near Spain, but that from the pitch tree, strobilus pine cones, and the cypress are of a meaner sort, and are not the same in strength as the others, yet they are made use of for the same purposes. Lenticina matches terminthos in strength. Pix liquida, also called conum, is gathered from the fattest wood of the pitch and pine trees. They reckon the best is glittering, smooth, and clean. A wine cupful taken with honey and a linctus or syrup is good in antidotes for poisoning, pulmonary consumption, the tuberculosis, purulent abnormal growths, coughs, asthma, and fluids that are difficult to cough up from the chest. It is good rubbed on with rosacea for inflammation of the tonsils and uvula, as well as for angina, the spasmodic pains, and purulent and pus-filled ears. For snakebite it is applied with ground and fine salt. Mixed with the same amount of wax, it draws off pitted nails and dissolves tubercles, the growths on the vulva, and hardness on the perineum. Boiled with barley meal and the urine of a boy, it breaks up tumors, possibly goiter. Rubbed on with sulfur, pine bark, or bran, it stops snakebite ulcers. Mixed with manna of thus and waxy ointments and rubbed on it heals twisting ulcers, and is good for split feet and a split perineum, and with honey it fills up ulcers and cleanses them. With raisins of the sun and honey it covers carbuncles, which is either infected boils or malignant skin tumors and rotten ulcers with scars. It is also effective mixed with antiseptic plasters. Piscinum is made from the watery matter of pitch, which swims on top like whey on milk that has been separated. This is taken away while boiling the pitch by laying clean wool over it, which is made moist by the steam ascending up. It is squeezed out into a jar, and this is done for as long as the pitch is boiling. It is available for the same purposes as liquid pitch. Applied as a poultice with barley meal, it restores hair fallen out from alopecia or baldness. Liquid pitch also cures the same, and rubbed on them, it cures boils and scabs on cattle. Part 82. Lignuous retins. Common name now: soot from resin. All liquid resin is burnt in a jar containing 4 times as much resin as the amount of the liquid that is to be poured into it. You must boil it over a coal fire gently. When you have put 4.5 liters of resin and 2 gallons of rainwater into a jar, always stirring it until it is without any smell and brittle and dry, and as it were, yields to the fingers. At last, having cooled it, it must be put up in a bottle made without pitch, and so it becomes extraordinarily white. But first you must strain all the resin, melting it so that the filth may be separated from it. It is also burnt without water on coals, gently at first, but more violently when it begins to thicken. Then place many coals under, and boil it without intermission for 3 days and 3 nights until the remains have the predicted properties. Then, as it is said, bottle and store it. It is enough to boil the dry resin for 1 whole day and then store it. When thus burnt, these are good to give a sweet smell, to warm compresses and remedies to remove fatigue, as well as to color ointments. Soot is also taken from resins as well as thus, which is good mixed with medicines to make the eyelids pleasing, for gnawed around eye corners, for the membranes of the eyelids, and for weeping eyes. Ink with which to write is also made from it. Part 83. Lignuous ugras pisces. Common name now, soot from pitch pine. Soot is made from moist pitch. Light a new lamp, put a portion of pitch into it, and cover the lamp with a new ceramic jar made like a clibinus, above round and narrow, and with a mouth below, like ovens have, and let the lamp burn. When the first liquid pitch is used up, put in more until you have made enough soot, and then use it. It is sharp and astringent, and is used in medicines to make the eyelids pleasing, for rubbing, and when hair must be restored to eyelids that are filled with excessive watery fluids. It is good for weak, weeping, ulcerated eyes. Part 84. Zopissa. Common name now, resin scraped off ships. Some call the resin which together with wax is scraped off ships zopissa, and others call it apocyma, as it is soluble because it was steeped in seawater. Some have called the resin of the pine tree by the same name. Part 85. Asphaltos. Common name now, asphalt. Judean bitumen is better than others. The best shines and is purple and heavy with a strong scent, but the black foul bitumen is worthless, for it is adulterated with added pitch. It is found in Phoenicia, Sidon, Babylon, and Zacynthus. It is also found moist swimming on wells in the country of the Agrigentines, which is now Sicily, that they use for lamps instead of oil, and which they falsely call Sicilian oil, for it is a kind of moist bitumen. There is some called Pisisphaltos found in Apollonia near Epidamnus, which is carried down from the Ceronian mountains by the violence of the river and cast on the shore, growing into knobs which smell of pitch mixed with bitumen. There is also some called naphtha, which is strained Babylonian asphaltus, white in color. Some is also found which is black. It attracts fire because it draws it to itself from a distance. It is good for bathing eyes and for white spots on the cornea. All bitumen is able to repress inflammation, close open cuts and sores, and disperse and soften, and is effective for congested vulvae and prolapse when applied, smelled, or the smoke inhaled. Furthermore, it reveals those troubled with epilepsy if the smoke is inhaled like burning gagate, the jetstone. Taken as a drink with wine and castoreum, it draws out the menstrual flow. It helps obstinate coughs and those troubled with asthma and difficult breathing, also snake bites, hip pains, and pains of the side. It is given to those troubled with colic as a catapodium, the pill, and taken as a drink with vinegar. It dissolves clots of blood. It is given melted with barley water as a suppository to those troubled with dysentery. It cures dripping mucus if inhaled. Wrapped around teeth, it soothes toothache. Dry bitumen warmed with a continuous splashing, and so applied retains hair. A plaster of it is applied mixed with barley meal, wax, and saltpeter, the potassium nitrate, to help those troubled with podagra, the gout, arthritis, and lethargy. Pisisphaltos can do much as pix, the organic pitch and bitumen mixed together. Part 86. Cuparissos. Common name now, mourning cypress. The leaves of cypress bind and cool. Taken as a drink with passum, the raisin wine, and a little myrrh, they help frequent painful urination. Pills of it bruised and taken as a drink with wine are good for bloody vomit, dysentery, excessive discharges from the bowels, asthma, and coughs. A decoction of it does the same. Pounded with figs, it soothes hardness and cures polyps that are protruding growths from mucous membrane in the nostrils. Boiled with vinegar and pounded into small pieces with lupins, it draws off rotten nails. A poultice of it applied stops rupture of the intestines. The herniation and the leaves do the same. Pills of it, together with the filaments placed smoking like a perfume, are an insect repellent to drive away mosquitoes. The leaves pounded into small pieces and applied as a poultice heal wounds. It also staunches blood. Pounded into small pieces with vinegar, it dyes hair. It is applied as a poultice either by itself or with polenta for erysipeal, a streptococcal skin infection, herpes, a viral skin infection, carbuncles, the infected boils or malignant skin tumors, and inflammation of the eyes. Mixed with a stiff ointment and applied, it strengthens the stomach. Part 87. Archaeothos megala. Common name now, Greek juniper. Its wood is poisonous. Some juniper is bigger, some smaller. Either of the junipers are sharp, diuretic, and warming, and when burned the fumes drive away snakes. One type of the fruit is called the juniper berry, is the size of a hazelnut, the other equal to a bean. Both round and fragrant, sweet, and a little bitter to chew. It is mildly warming and astringent, good for the stomach, good taken in drink for infirmities of the chest, coughs, gaseousness, griping, and the poisons of venomous creatures. It is also diuretic. As a result, it is good for convulsions and hernia, and those who have congested or blocked wombs. It has sharp leaves. As a result, applied as a plaster and taken as a drink or the juice taken with wine, they are good for those bitten by vipers. The bark burned and rubbed on with water removes leprosy, but the scraping or dust of the wood swallowed down kills. There is a great juniper too, which some call Cypressus sylvestris, some Nisithius, some Acatera, and the Romans juniperus, and it is known to most like cypress, growing for the most part in rough places and near the sea. It has the same properties as the former. The lesser juniper some call Arcuthus, some Nisithius, others Acatulus, the Africans Zur incipit, the Egyptians Libium, the Romans Juniperus, and the Gauls Jupacilicum. Part 88. Brathus. Common name now, Savin sabin. There are two kinds of savin. One has leaves like cypress, but is more prickly with a strong smell, and sharp with a hot nature. The tree is short and extends itself mostly in breadth. Some use the leaves for perfume. The other kind has leaves like myrrh. Applied as a poultice, the leaves of either of them close stomas, which means openings, and alleviate inflammation. Similarly, applied as a plaster with honey, they take away all blackness and foulness, and they break up carbuncles, the infected boils. Taken as a drink with wine, as well as applied or by inhalation, they draw out blood through the urine and drive out the birth. They are mixed with hot ointments and in particular with glucinum. Some call it barathrum, some baratin, and the Romans call it herba sabina. Part 89. Kedros. Common name now, Himalayan cedar, Indian cedar. It is poisonous. The cedar is a great tree from which cedria, oil of cedar, is gathered. It has fruit like the cypress, but much bigger. There is another tree called cedar, which is less prickly than juniper, bearing round fruit as big as myrtle berries. The best cedria is thick and very clear with a strong scent. Poured out, it falls by drops and is not diffused. It is able to decay living bodies and is a preservative of dead ones. As a result, some have called it the life of the dead. It corrupts cloths and skin because it heats and dries extraordinarily. It is also good for eye medicines, clearing the sight when rubbed on. It takes away white spots and scars on the cornea. Dropped in with vinegar, it kills worms in the ears. Infused with a decoction of hyssop, it quietens their noise and hissing. Dropped into the cavities of teeth, it breaks the tooth but stops the pain. It does the same used as a mouthwash with vinegar. Rubbed around the genitals before sexual union, it causes sterility. Those who are troubled with angina are rubbed with it, and it helps inflammation of pus-filled tonsils. Rubbed on, it kills lice and nits. A plaster of it applied with salt helps the bite of the horned viper. It helps for poison of the sea hare taken in a drink with passum, the raisin wine, and it helps elephantiasis, the skin disease. As much as a wine cupful of linctus, the syrup, of it sipped or the ointment applied also purges ulcers of the lungs and cures them. Taken as a suppository, it also kills Ascaridae, the threadworms and other worms, and it extracts the birth, the abortifacient. An oil is made of the moisture which is separated from the cedria, the oil of cedar, by a fleece laid over it during boiling, as we have said in the chapter on pitch, good for the same purposes as cedria. Particularly the oil, strongly rubbed in, cures scabs on beasts, dogs, and oxen, and when applied it kills racinos, the lice, and heals ulcers on those which came from shearing. The soot of it is gathered like that of pitch, and it has the same strength. The fruit of cedar is called cedrides. It is warming and bad for the stomach, but helps coughs, convulsions, hernia, and slow painful urination. Taken as a drink with pepper, pounded into small pieces, it dries out the menstrual flow, and it is taken in wine against the poison of sea hare. Used with deer fat or bone marrow, it repels snakes if the body is rubbed with it. It is also mixed in antidotes. Part 90. Daphne. Common name now, Roman laurel. Some Daphne is found with a smaller leaf, some a broader. Both are warming and softening. As a result, a decoction of them is good as a hip bath for disorders of the vulva and bladder. The green leaves are somewhat astringent. Pounded into small pieces and applied, they are good for wasp and bee stings. Applied with barley flour and bread, they are able to lessen any inflammation. Taken as a drink, they make the stomach tender and provoke vomit, but the bayberries heat more than the leaves. They are good, therefore, taken in a linctus, the syrup after they are pounded into small pieces with honey or passum, the raisin wine for consumption, the wasting disease, asthma, and dripping mucus around the chest. They are also taken as a drink with wine against scorpion stings, and they remove vitiligins, a form of leprosy. The juice of the berries helps earache and hardness of hearing dropped into the ears with old wine and rosaceum. It is mixed with recipes for medicines to remove fatigue, with hot ointments, and with those which disperse. The bark of the root breaks kidney stones, is an abortifacient, and is good for liver disorders. Half a teaspoon taken as a drink with fragrant wine. It is also called Donabin, Stephanos, as we should say a crown, Daphnos, Mithrasis, Mithrios, or Hypoglossian. Part 91. Platanos. Common name now, Oriental plane. The tender leaves of Platanus boiled in wine and applied as a poultice stop discharges of the eyes and alleviate oedema and inflammation. The bark boiled in vinegar is a lotion for toothache. The green filaments taken as a drink with wine help those bitten by snakes. Used in animal fat, they cure burns. The down of the leaves and filaments hurts the hearing and sight. Part 92. Melia. Common name now, Indian lilac. It is poisonous. Melia is a well-known tree, the leaves of which and their juice taken as a drink with wine and applied as a poultice help those bitten by vipers. The bark burned and rubbed on with water removes leprosy, but the thin membranous scales of the wood taken in a drink are reported to be deadly. Part 93. Leuca. Common name now, silver tree. 1 ounce of the bark of the leuca tree taken as a drink helps sciatica, that is, the pains in hips and sciatic nerves and slow painful urination. Taken as a drink with a mule's kidney, it is reported to take away conception, the abortifacient, and the leaves of it taken in a drink with wine after the menstrual flow are said to do the same. The lukewarm juice of the leaves is good dropped in the ears for earache. The filaments which put out at the first sprouting of the leaves, bruised small and rubbed on with honey, cure moisture of the eyes. Some say that the bark of the white and the black leucae, cut into pieces of a small size and scattered, or as it were sown in beds that are dunged, brings forth edible mushrooms at any time of the year. Part 94. Macer. Common name now, nutmeg tree, mace. Mace bark is a yellow saffron color. Macer is a bark brought out of Barbary, a pale yellow, thick, and according to the taste very astringent. It is taken as a drink for spitting up blood, dysentery, and excessive discharges of the bowels. Part 95. Common name now, unknown. It is probably hop tree, or its usage is similar to the hop tree. The leaves, branches, and bark of Tilia are all astringent. The leaves, pounded into small pieces with vinegar and so applied, are good for leprosy and heal wounds, but especially the bark, if it is wrapped around like a bandage, for it is flexible like a girdle. An owner, similar to an ounce, of the thicker bark taken in a drink with wine or cold water expels phlegm. A decoction of the leaves or bark of the roots, applied with hot cloths, consolidates by drawing a callum, the hard skin over the fracture of a bone, sooner. The moisture which is found in the bladders at their first sprouting clears the face when rubbed on it. The same moisture, dried, is formed into little creatures like gnats. The newly emerged leaves are used for sauce-like vegetables. Part 96. Saprotis Wylon. Common name now, dry rot. The rotten stuff like meal which is gathered out of old wood and stalks of trees cleans ulcers and brings them to scar when it is laid on them. It also stops snakebite, kneaded together with the same amount of anise and wine, as well as pounded into small pieces, put into linen and applied. Part 97. Aegeros. Common name now, river mangrove. The leaves of Aegeros applied with vinegar help gouty pains, and its resin is mixed with softening medicines. The seed taken as a drink with vinegar is good for epilepsy. It is also reported that the oozing which trickles down from them near the river Padus grows hard and becomes amber, called chrysophorum by some. This yields a sweet smell when rubbed and looks like gold. Ground finely and taken as a drink, it stops excessive discharges of the stomach and bowels. Calamos nastos, syringios, donax, phragmites. Common name now, bamboo. One kind of calamus from which arrows are made is called nastos. The other is the female, from which bindings are made for the tibia, the pipe or flute. Another is called syringias, with much flesh or pith, very knotty, fit for writing books. Another is thick and hollow, growing around rivers, called donax and cypria by some. Another is called phragmites, thin, inclined to whiteness, known to all, whose root bruised, crumbled, and applied either by itself or with bulbous draws out splinters and thorns. It soothes limbs that are out of joint, and pains of the loins, digestive or procreative, lower torso with vinegar. The green leaves pounded and applied heal erysipela, the streptococcal skin infection, and other inflammations. The bark burned and applied with vinegar cures alopecia or baldness. The paniculae flowers of the calami, the reeds falling into the ears, cause deafness. The hirundo, the reed called cypria, has a similar effectiveness. Part 99. Papyrus, common name now, papyrus. Papyrus, from which paper is made, is known to everyone. It has particular use in medicine for opening the mouth of fistulas. It is prepared steeped in some liquid and a linen thread tied around it until it is dry. Straightened and put in the fistula, it is filled with moisture, and upon swelling it opens the fistula. The root is somewhat nourishing. As a result, the Egyptians chew it, suck out the juice, and spit out that which they have chewed. They also use it instead of wood. Papyrus, burnt until it turns it into ashes, restrains erosive ulcers in the mouth and other places, but burnt paper does this better. Part 100. Myrrh, myrrhis. Common name now, sweet gale. Myrrh, 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 a substance from which precious vases and other vessels are made. Myrica or myrrhis is a well-known tree, growing in marshy grounds and standing waters, with a fruit as a flower of a mossy consistency. Some of it is planted in gardens in Egypt, in other things like the wild, but it bears fruit like a gall, unequally astringent to the taste, and used instead of galls in medicines for the mouth, eyes, and spitting of blood. It is given in drink to women troubled with colic, those who have a flowing forth from the vulva or sickness of the head, and for those bitten by phalangiae, the harvest spiders. Applied as a poultice, it stops oedema. The bark does the same things, as well as the fruit. A decoction of the leaves taken as a drink with wine melts the spleen, and gargled in the mouth, it helps toothache. For hip baths, it is good for women troubled with a discharge of fluids from the vulva, and a heated rub of it is good for those with lice and nits. Ash from the wood applied stops flows from the uterus. There are some who make cups from the wood, which they use for those troubled with spleen, as though the drink given them from such cups should do them good. Part 101. Erica, common name now Eris. Erica is a shrubby tree like myrica, but a great deal smaller, the flowers of which the bees use, but they make honey with it that is not good. The leaves and flowers applied as a poultice heal snake bites. Part 102. Acacalis, common name now unknown. Acacalis is the fruit of a shrub growing in Egypt, similar to the fruit of the myrica. A dilution of it is mixed with eye medicines, which are good for sharpening the sight. Part 103. Rhamnos trissus, common name now gooseberry, common buckthorn. Rhamnus is a shrub growing around hedges, with upright stems and sharp thorns like oxyacantha, and the leaves are small, somewhat long, thick and soft. There is another besides this that is paler, and a third having darker and broader leaves, a little inclined to red, with long stems of 5 feet and more, thorny, with its hairs less strong and stiff. The fruit of it is broad, white and thin, shaped like a little pouch or whorl. The leaves of all of them are effective rubbed on for erysipelas, an inflammatory skin disease, and herpes, a viral skin infection. It is said that the branches laid in gates or windows drive away the enchantments of witches. If anyone picks up rhamnus while the moon is decreasing and holds it, it is effective against poison and mischief, and it is good for beasts to carry it around them, and for it to be put around ships, and it is good against headaches, and against devils and their assaults. It is also called Persephonian, or leucacantha. The Romans call it spina alba, some spina ceruleus, and the Africans call it atadine. Part 104. Alamos, common name now seorak. Halamus is a head shrub like rhamnus, somewhat white, without filaments. The leaves almost resemble those of the olive tree, yet they are broader and more tender. It grows in maritime places and hedges. The leaves are boiled like vegetables with meat. 1 teaspoon of the root, taken as a drink with honey and water, alleviates convulsions, hernias, and griping, and causes an abundance of milk in breastfeeding. It is also called Damasonium, Aramon, Britannica, Rhabdion, a sort of little twig bacillion or a sort of regia. The Magi call it Mercurii basis or sapsis, some, Asyridus diadema, others, Heliostephanon, a sort of corona of the sun or sacercalis. Pythagoras calls it Anthinoron, the Egyptians Asantiri, some Asphi, Asiluri, or Asaraphan, the Romans Albucus, and some Ampelucia. Part 105. Palioros, common name now Jerusalem thorn, garland thorn. Palioros is a well-known shrub, prickly and strong. The fat seed is found blackened with fungus. Taken in a drink, it helps coughs, breaks urinary stones, urinary in the bladder, and is good for the stings of snakes. The leaves and root are therefore astringent. A decoction of them, taken as a drink, regulates the bowels, draws out urine, and is good against poison and the bites of venomous beasts. The root pounded into small pieces and applied as a plaster dissolves all new tubercular nodules and edema. Part 106. Oxyacantha, common name now whitethorn, barberry. Oxyacantha is a tree like a wild pear tree, but smaller and very prickly. It bears a fruit like myrtle, full, red, easily broken with a kernel within, and a deep root divided into many parts. Taken in a drink or eaten, the fruit stops stomach outflows and the flows of women. The root, bruised small and applied, draws out splinters and thorns. It is said that the root is able to cause abortions, the stomach being touched gently with it or rubbed with it. It is also called purina or pythianthe. Part 107. Cunosbaton, common name now dog rose, dog's bush. Cynosbatis, also called oxyacantha, is a shrub much bigger than a common bush, almost the size of a tree. It bears leaves a great deal broader than myrtle, and has strong hairs around the sprigs, white flowers, and somewhat long fruit like the kernel of the olive. When this is ripe, it grows red, and the stuff within is downy. The dried fruit stops discharges from the intestines. The downy stuff of it is taken out, for this is worthless for the arteries. It is made hot in wine and taken as a drink. Part 108. Kupros. Common name now, cypress. Cypress is a tree with leaves on the sprigs like the olive, but broader, softer, and greener. The flowers white and mossy with a sweet smell, and the seed black like the fruit of sambucus. The best grows in Ascalon and Canopus. The leaves are astringent. As a result, they are chewed to help ulcers in the mouth, and applied as a poultice, they cure all other hot inflammations and carbuncles, the malignant tumors. A decoction of them is used as a warm pack for those burnt by fire. The leaves, pounded into small pieces, are steeped in the juice of struthium and rubbed on to dye the hair yellow. The flowers, pounded into small pieces and applied the forehead with vinegar, cause headaches to cease. The ointment cyprinum that is prepared from it becomes heating and softens the tendons. It has a sweet smell, which it adds to hot medicines when it is mixed with them. Part 109. Filaria. Common name now, mock privet, jasmine box. Filaria is a tree like cypress in size. Its leaves are like those of the olive tree, but broader and darker. It has fruit like the lentisk, black, somewhat sweet, lying in bunches like grapes. It grows in rough places. The leaves are astringent like those of the wild olive, effective for things that need astringency, especially ulcers in the mouth, either chewed or the sores washed with a decoction of it. Taken as a drink, it draws out urine and the menstrual flow. Part 110. Custos aran or Custos thelus. Common name now, sunrose, common rock rose. Cistus, also called cisteron or ciceron, is a shrub which grows in rocky places. It has many low branches full of round, black, rough leaves. The flowers of the male are like the pomegranate, but the female are white. It has an astringent quality. As a result, the flowers pounded into small pieces and taken as a drink twice a day in sharp wine are good for dysentery. Applied as a poultice by themselves, they stop gangrenous ulceration of the cheeks, and with a stiff ointment they heal burns and old ulcers. Part 111 is Upocystis atera. Common name now, Hypocystis. It is a parasitic plant, contains gallic acid. Hypocystis grows around the roots of the rock roses like cytinus on the pomegranate. Some of it is yellow, some green, some white. It is juiced like acacia, but some dry and break it, then steep and boil it, and do other things to it in the same way as lycium. It is similar in strength to acacia, yet more astringent and drying, good for those troubled with colic, dysentery, blood spitting, or women's excessive discharges, taken either as a drink or infused. It is called robithrum or cytinus by some. The Africans call it filisade. Part 112. Ladanon. Common name now, many-flavored gum rock rose. There is also another kind of cistus, called ledum by some. It is a shrub growing in the same way as cistus, but it has longer, darker leaves, acquiring some fat in the spring. The strength of the leaves is astringent, doing all the things that cistus does. That which we call ladanum is made from this plant. The he-goats and she-goats feed on the leaves of it, and evidently carry away the fat from them on their beards and thighs, because it has a viscous nature. This is taken off, strained, fashioned into little balls and stored. Some draw little cords across the shrubs, take off the greasy matter that adheres to them, and shape it. The best has a sweet smell, is somewhat green, easily softened, fat, without sand, not foul and resinous such as that growing in Cyprus. But the Arabic and Libyan has less value. It is astringent, warming and softening, and opens closely touching blood vessels. It prevents hair falling out, alopecia mixed with wine, myrrh, and oil of myrtle. Rubbed on with wine, it makes scars look more handsome. It cures earache dropped in the ears with honey water or rosaceum. The smoke is inhaled to expel the afterbirth, and mixed in a pessary it cures hard lumps in the womb. It is effective in pain relievers, cough medicines, and warm compresses. Taken as a drink with old wine, it stops discharges of the bowels, and it is also diuretic. Part 113. Ebenos, Common name now, Ceylon ebony. The Ethiopian ebony is best, black, without veins, as smooth as a horn that has been polished, which shows compactness when broke, biting to the taste and gently astringent. Laid on coals and burnt like incense, it yields a sweet smell without smoke. That which is new when put on fire is quickly kindled because of its fat, and it turns somewhat yellow on a whetstone. There is another called Indian, with streaks of white and yellow running between, as well as many spots. But the former is better. Some sell the wood of sesame and acanthus because they are somewhat similar as ebonus. They are known by this. They are hollow like a sponge, and are formed into small pieces inclining to a purple color, with nothing biting in the taste, nor sweet smelling when burnt. Ebonus cleans away things which darken the pupils of the eyes, and it is good for old discharges and pustules. If anyone makes a grinding pad of it, and uses it to rub eye salves or suppositories on, they will work better. It is made into eye medicines. The scrapings or dust from it steeped in chion from Chios in the Aegean Sea wine for a day and a night, then carefully pounded and converted into eye salves or suppositories. Some beat it first, then sift it and proceed in the same way. Some use water instead of wine. It is also burnt in a new ceramic jar until it becomes coals, and is then washed like burnt lead. This is good for itching eyes and dry inflammation of the eyes. Part 114. Rhodon. Common name now, common rose, French rose. Rhodon, the roses are cool and are astringent, and dried roses are more astringent. The juice must be pressed out of them whilst they are still young, first cutting off that which is called the nail, which is the white that is in the petal, and the rest must be pounded and pounded in the shade in a mortar until it becomes thick, and then put in jars for eye salves or suppositories. The leaves are also dried in the shade. They must be turned over now and then, lest otherwise they putrefy or grow moldy. Dried roses boiled in wine and strained are good for headaches, as well as the eyes, ears, and gums, and pain of the perineum, intestine, rectum, and vulva, applied with a feather or washed with the liquid. The same without straining. Bruised, boiled, and applied are good for inflammation of the area below the ribs, moistness of the stomach, and erysipela, the streptococcal skin infection. Roses dried and pounded into small pieces are sprinkled on the thighs. They are put in compositions called antherae medicines, extracted from flowers, and in wound antidotes. They are burnt for medicines to make the eyelids look pleasing. The part of the flower that is found in the middle of the roses, dried and sprinkled on, is good for gum discharges. The heads taken in a drink stop loose intestines and blood spitting. Pomanders of roses, which they call rhodides, are made in the following way. Take 40 teaspoonfuls of fresh roses which are beginning to fade. Before they have absorbed any moisture, 10 teaspoonfuls of Indian nard and 6 teaspoonfuls of myrrh. These are pounded into small pieces and made into little balls the size of half a teaspoonful, dried in the shade, and stored in a jar made without pitch, tightly corked all around. Some also add 2 teaspoons of costus and as much Illyrian iris, also mixing in chion from Chios in the Aegean Sea wine with honey. This is used around women's necks instead of necklaces, dulling the unsavory smell of sweat. They use the same pounded into small pieces in medicines made to repress sweat, and in ointments to rub on after bathing, and when they have dried on the skin they are washed off with cold water. Part 115. Leucion. Common name now, European boxthorn, spearleaf boxthorn. Lycium, also called Pixacantha, is a thorny tree with stems of 3 feet or longer around which the leaves grow thickly, similar to box. It has a black fruit similar to pepper, bitter, thick, smooth, a pale bark, also similar when moistened, and many winding and woody roots. It grows abundantly in Cappadocia, Lycia, and many other places. It loves rough places. The juice is drawn out of the leaves and shrubby stuff, pounded together and steeped for many days. Then it is boiled, the woody matter of it removed, and the liquid boiled again until it becomes the consistency of honey. It is counterfeited by the sediment of oil being mixed with it when boiled, or the juice of wormwood or an ox gall. The froth which swims on top during boiling is taken off and bottled for eye medicines, but the rest is used for other purposes. Similarly, juice is made from the fruit, pressed out, and left in the sun. The best lycium takes fire, and as it is quenched, has a red foam. It is outwardly black, but when it is cut yellow without a stinking smell, astringent with bitterness, the color of saffron, such as the Indian, which is better than the rest and more effective. It is astringent and removes things that darken the pupils. It heals scabs on the eyelids, their itching and old discharges. Rubbed on it is good for pus-filled ears, tonsils, ulcerous gums, chapped lips, cracks in the perineum, and chafing of the perineum. It is good for those troubled with colic and dysentery, either taken as a drink or given as a suppository. It is given in water to those who spit up blood and those troubled with coughs, and is swallowed down like pills or taken as a drink with water for one bitten by a mad dog. It makes hair look yellow. It heals hangnails, whitlows, shingles, and putrefying. It stops the menstrual flows of women. It helps those bitten by mad beasts, taken as a drink with milk or swallowed down like pills. It is said that the Indian lycium is made of a shrub called lonchitis, but it is a kind of thorn that has many upright stems, 3 feet long or more, growing out of the bottom, thicker than the bush, the broken bark looking red, but the leaves similar to those of the olive tree. Boiled in vinegar and taken as a drink, it is said to cure inflammation of the spleen and sickness of the head, and to expel women's flows. Given raw, pounded into small pieces, and taken in a drink, it is said to have a similar effect. 1/2 wineglass of the seed, taken in drink, purges out watery matter and is an antidote against deadly medicines. Part 116. Common name now, black kutch, cooch. Acacia grows in Egypt. It is a thorn bush with many branches, growing almost to the size of a tree. It does not grow upright. It has a white flower, and the fruit lies in pods like lupin. From this, a juice is pressed out and dried in the shade. It looks black if it is made of the ripe fruit, but a pale yellow if it is made of the unripe. Choose that which is a little yellow, sweet-smelling, as far as is fit in acacia. Some juice the leaves together with the fruit. There is also a gum that comes out of this thorn, which is astringent and cooling. The juice is good for eye diseases, erysipela, the streptococcal skin infection, creeping sores, chilblains, pterygium, the membrane on eye, ulcers of the mouth, and falling sunken eyes. It stops the flows of women as well as prolapse of the vulva. It is therapeutic for the bowels taken as a drink or a suppository, and it dyes hair black. Pounded with water, it is a wash for eye diseases. That which coalesces is then poured out until the water remains clean and is made up into little balls. It is burnt in an unfired clay jar in a furnace until the jar itself is thoroughly burned. It is burnt on coals, the fire kept kindled with bellows. A decoction of the thorns closes together loose joints applied with hot cloths. The gum of the thorns is the best, which is vermiculatum, resembling glass, transparent, not woody. Next to this is the white gum, but that which is resinous and foul is useless. It is able to close pores and dull the strength of sharp medicines with which it is mixed. Daubed on with an egg, it does not allow burns to break out into pustules. Another acacia grows in Cappadocia and Pontus, similar to the Egyptian but a great deal smaller, growing low and being more tender, surrounded crosswise with filaments, and having leaves similar to rue. In the autumn it bears seeds somewhat smaller than lentil, in pods joined together, each containing 3 or 4 seeds apiece. The juice of this drawn out of the whole plant is therapeutic for the bowels, but is of less strength and useless in eye medicines. Part 117. Amorge. Common name now, sediment of olive oil. Amurca is the sediment of oil which has been pressed out and boiled in a jar made of Cyprian brass until it is the consistency of honey. It is therapeutic for the bowels and rubbed on with wine. Vinegar or honeyed wine is as effective as lycium for toothaches and wounds. It is mixed with medicines that are good for the eyes and for closing pores. Growing old, it becomes better. Taken as an infusion, it is good for the perineum, the genitals, and ulcerated vulvas. It extracts spoiled teeth boiled to the consistency of honey with unripe olive oil and smeared around them. It heals scabs on beasts rubbed on with a decoction of lupins and chameleon. Used without boiling and new in a warm pack, it assists those troubled with gout in their feet and joints. Put onto a fleece and applied on those who have dropsy, it represses the swelling. Part 118. Agnos. Common name now hemp tree. Agnus or vitex is a shrub almost as high as a tree, bearing long sprigs, growing near and in watery fields and in rough and uneven places. It is hard to break, and the leaves are similar to those of the olive tree, yet more tender and bigger. Some of them bear white flowers inclining to purple, others purple flowers, and the seed is like that of pepper. It is warming and astringent, and the fruit taken as a drink helps those stung by snakes, the splenetic, and those with dropsy. A teaspoonful taken as a drink in wine brings down milk and expels the menstrual flow. It acts as birth control and is rubbed on the head, bringing on a deep sleep. A decoction of the herb and seed is good as a hip bath for disorders and inflammation around the womb. The seed taken in a drink with palladium, or the smoke inhaled or applied, causes purgation. It dissolves headaches applied as a poultice, and is gently poured on the lethargic and mentally ill with vinegar and oil. The leaves, either smoked and inhaled or scattered around, drive away venomous creatures, and applied as a poultice, they help those stung by such beasts. Applied with butter and vine leaves, they soothe hardness of the ovaries. The seeds smeared on with water lessen cracks in the perineum, and with the leaves it heals dislocated joints and wounds. It is thought to be a preventative for chafing and blisters if anyone, as he travels, holds a rod of it in his hand. It is called Agnes because in the sacrifices to Ceres, the chaste matrons used it for sprinkling under them, and it is called Lygos, that is, Vemen, because of the difficulty of breaking the stems. It is also called Aganon, as we should say, unfruitful or barren, or Lygon, a sort of Vemen producing long flexible shoots, Amictomienon or Tridactylon. The Magi call it Semnon, a sort of venerandum to be respected. It is also called Sanguis ibis. The Egyptians call it Sum, the Romans Salix marina, others call it Piper agreste, and some Ligusticum. Part 119. Itea. Common name now, creeping willow. Itea is a tree known to all whose fruit, leaves, bark, and juice are astringent. The leaves, pounded into small pieces and taken in a drink with a little pepper and wine, help those troubled with painful intestinal obstruction. Taken by themselves with water, they cause inconception. The fruit taken in a drink is good for those who spit blood, and the bark does the same. Burnt and steeped in vinegar, it takes away calluses and corns, rubbed on them. The juice from the leaves and bark, warmed with rosaceum in a cup of pomegranate, helps sores in the ears, and a decoction of them is an excellent warm pack for gout. It also cleanses away eczema. A juice is taken from it at the time of its flowering, the bark being cut, for it is found coalesced within. It has the ability to clean away things that darken the pupils. Part 120. Agriolaya. Common name now, wild olive, oil palm, Venetian sumac. The wild olive tree, also called cottonon, or the Ethiopian olive tree, has leaves of an astringent nature which, pounded into small pieces and so applied, are able to restrain streptococcal skin infection, shingles, herpes, pustules which appear only at night, malignant tumors, gangrenous ulceration, hangnails, and whitlows, and applied with honey to take away scabs. They clean foul ulcers and dispel pain and inflammation. Applied with honey, they retain skin that was torn on the head. They also heal ulcers in the mouth and thrush in children or candidiasis when chewed. Their juice and a decoction of them does the same. The juice applied stops eruption of the blood, the flows of women, inflammatory protrusion of the cornea in the eyes, and pus under skin, as well as ulcers and old dripping fluids. As a result, put into eye salves, they are good for ulcers of the eyelids. To extract the juice, you must beat the leaves into small pieces and pour in wine or water, then strain it out, and having dried it in the sun, make it up into little balls. That which is strained out with wine is far stronger and fitter to be kept in store than that which is strained out with water. It is good for ulcerous ears that are full of discharges. The leaves smeared on with barley meal are good for intestinal complaints. The leaves, and this serves instead of spodium, calcined powder, are burnt together with the flowers in an unfired clay jar, the mouth of which must be well sealed until the jar is thoroughly baked. Afterwards they are quenched with wine, then kneaded together again with wine and burnt in the same way. Afterwards they are washed like white lead ore and made up into balls. It seems that burnt like this, it comes nothing short of calcined powder for eye medicines. As a result, it is to be considered of equal strength. The oil of the wild olive is a mouth rinse for moist rotten gums, and it settles loose teeth. A warm pack of it warmed and used as a mouthwash is a suitable medicine for rheumatic gums, but wool dipped into the oil must be placed around the gums with an instrument until they look white. Part 121. Elea, common name now, olive. The leaves of the cultivated olive are good for the same purposes, but have less strength. As a result, they are better for eye medicines because of their mildness. The moisture which comes out of the burnt green wood rubbed on heals dandruff, parasitic skin diseases, and lichen. The fruit applied as a poultice heals dandruff and gangrenous ulceration of the cheeks. That which is within the kernel pulls off scabby nails used with animal fat and cornmeal. Pickled olives pounded into small pieces and applied as a poultice will not allow burns to grow into blisters, and they clean foul ulcers. The liquid of the brine used as a mouthwash strengthens gums and loose teeth. The olive, which is pale yellow and new, is worthless for the intestines, but good for the stomach. That which is black and ripe is easily spoiled and bad for the stomach, as well as hurtful to the eyes and a cause of headaches. Roasted and applied as a poultice, it prevents gangrenous ulceration and removes the edge of infected boils and malignant skin tumors. The third pressing of olive oil is also called tree oil. The oozing of the Ethiopian olive tree in a way resembles scammony. It is a deep yellow consisting of little drops of a biting nature. That which is similar to gum and ammoniacal, blackish, and not biting to the taste, is useless. The olive tree and wild olive tree bear such a gum as this. It is good for moisture of the sight, and rubbed on it cleans scars and white spots on the cornea of the eyes. It induces the movement of urine and the menstrual flow, and it is effective for toothache put into the cavities. It is categorized among medicines that are destructive. It expels the birth and cures impetigo, a type of skin infection, and psoriasis. The wild olive tree is also called the Ethiopian olive tree. Part 122. Drus, common name now, oak. Each part of the oak is astringent, but the film which lies between the bark and the stalk, similar to that under the cup of the acorn, is most therapeutic for the bowels. A decoction of this is given for intestinal complaints, dysentery, and to blood spitters, and pounded into small pieces, it is put into suppositories for women troubled with excessive discharges of the womb. Part 123. Balanoi, common name now, holly oak, gall oak. Acorns produce the same effects as they are also diuretic. Eaten as meat, they cause headaches and are wind-inducing, but also help poisonous bites. A decoction of them and their bark taken as a drink with cow's milk helps poisoning. The unripe ones pounded into small pieces and applied as a poultice relieve inflammation. With salted swine's grease, they are good for malignant calluses and injurious ulcers. Those of the holly oak have greater strength than those of the oak. Cystids is a fruit of the oak, of which some is called omphacetus. It is little, knobby, heavy, and without a hole. Some is smooth and light and has a hole in it, but the omphacetus ought to be chosen as it is the most effective. Either of them is strongly astringent. Pounded into small pieces, they stop abnormal growths of the flesh and stop discharges of the gums in the middle ear, as well as ulcers of the mouth. That which is in the middle of them, put into the cavities of teeth, eases the pain. Laid on hot coals until they are set on fire and quenched with wine, vinegar, or brine made with vinegar, they are able to staunch blood. A decoction of them is good in hip baths for a prolapsed uterus and for discharges. They make the hair black, steeped in vinegar or water. They are good for intestinal complaints and dysentery, pounded into small pieces and rubbed on, or taken as a drink with wine or water, and also mixed with sauce, or first boiled whole in water, with which you must boil something else too, of things that are good for people. Generally, where there is need of an astringent, or to stop or dry, you ought to make use of them. Part 124. Phagos, Prinos. Common name now, common beech, European beech tree. The Phagus of Virgil was the Quercus esculus. Phagus and Prinus, both a kind of oak, have similar effects, and the bark of the root of Prinus boiled in water until it becomes tender and rotten and applied for a whole night dyes the hair black. It is first made clean with simoleon earth. The leaves of all of them bruised and pounded into small pieces help oedema and strengthen feeble parts. Part 125. Castana. Common name now chestnut, sweet chestnut. The Sardian nuts, also called lopima, castana, moda, or Jupiter's acorns, being astringent, also have the same effects as other astringents, and especially the loose skins between the flesh and the shell. The flesh is good for those who drink ephemerum or antidote. Part 126. Rous. Common name now, tanning sumac. Rus, which is sprinkled among sauces and also called erythrum, is the fruit of Rus coriaria, which is called this because tanners use it for thickening their hides. It is a little tree which grows on rocks, 2 feet high, the leaves somewhat long and red, jagged all around. The fruit is like little bunches of grapes, thick, the size of that of terminthos, and somewhat broad. That which encloses the fruit is very useful. The leaves are astringent and good for the same purposes as acacia. A decoction dyes the hair black and is a suppository for dysentery. It is a liquid medicine, hip bath, and an installation for discharges of the ears. The leaves applied as a poultice with vinegar or honey stop pterygium, that is the membrane on the eye, and gangrene. The juice of the dried leaves boiled with water to the consistency of honey are as useful for as many things as lycium. The fruit does the same things, being food, in mixing it with meat for intestinal complaints and dysentery. Applied as a plaster with water, it prevents inflammation of fractures, desquamation or skin peeling, and blueness of wounds. It cleans rough tongues with honey. It prevents the excessive discharges called leucorrhea, which is a mucosal vaginal discharge, and cures hemorrhoids. Applied with oak coals pounded into small pieces. The boiled liquid of this fruit gathers a cream that is better for these purposes than the fruit itself. It also leaves a gum which is put into the cavities of teeth to take away their pain. Part 127. Phoenix. Common name now, dates, date palm. The palm tree grows in Egypt. The fruit is gathered in the autumn, the ripening time being half over. It is similar to the Arabic myrobalan, and it is called poma. It is a green color and similar to Sidonium in smell, but if it is left alone until it comes to the full ripeness, it becomes dates. It is sour and astringent, and is taken in a drink with hard wine for discharges from tooth sockets and the menstrual flows of women. It stops hemorrhoids and glues wounds together if it is rubbed on. Fresh dates are more astringent than dried. They cause headaches, and if eaten in too great an abundance with meat, they inebriate. Dried dates eaten with meat are good for blood spitting, the stomach, and dysentery. It is pounded into small pieces with sidonium and the waxy ointment from vine shoots or blossoms and rubbed on for disorders of the bladder. The pips or seeds heal roughness of the arteries if eaten. Part 128. Phoenix thebaicai. Common name now, daum palm, gingerbread tree. A drink of a decoction of the Thebaean palm relieves a fever's burning heat, and taken with old honey water, it restores the strength. Eaten with meat, it does the same. A wine is also made of it that has the same strength as the fruit. A decoction taken as a drink alone and gargled up and down as well is strongly astringent. The seeds of the dates are burnt in a new ceramic jar like all others are, then quenched and washed in wine. They serve well instead of spodium, the calcined powder, to make the eyelids pleasing, and if they are not sufficiently burnt, they must be burnt again. They are astringent and close the pores, also being good for pustules in the eyes and staphylomata, the inflammatory protrusion of the cornea, and for dripping fluids of the eyelids, some nard being mixed with them. With wine they stop abnormal growths of the flesh and bring ulcers to a scar. The best seeds come out of Egypt from the low-growing palms. Part 129. Phoenix elate. Common name now, great fan palm, tal palm. Great fan palm yields wine and sugar. It is also called elate or spatha, is the enclosure or cup of the fruit of the date trees as yet flourishing. The dealers in ointments use it for thickening their ointments. The best is sweet-smelling, astringent, heavy, enclosed, having that within it fat. It is astringent for stopping feeding ulcers, and it draws loose joints together if it is pounded into small pieces and mixed together with warm compresses and poultices. It is good for the thoracic area and heart, a stomach that is out of tune, and disorders of the liver, mixed with poultices suitable for this purpose. A decoction of it dyes the hair black if it is rubbed on it repeatedly. Given in drink, it is good for inflammation in the kidneys and disorders of the bladder and the bowels. It stops discharges of the intestines and a womb troubled with an excessive discharge. Boiled whilst it is tender and applied with rosin and wax for 20 days together, it cures psoriasis. The fruit which is contained inside is called elate or borassus, and that is also astringent and produces the same effects as spatha above, except that it is not so good in ointments. The white marrow of the stalk eaten while it is new, or else boiled, is good for the same things as borassus. Part 130. Roe. Common name now, pomegranate. All sorts of pomegranates have a pleasant taste and are good for the stomach, yet they do not nourish. Of these the sweetest are best for the stomach, producing some heat around the stomach, and are flatulent as a result, unsuitable for those with acute fever. That which is sharp helps a burning stomach, is more contractive and more diuretic, but tastes unpleasant to the mouth and is astringent. That which tastes similar to wine has a middle strength. The kernel of the sharp one, dried in the sun, then sprinkled on meat, and boiled together with it, stops discharges of the intestines and excessive discharges from the stomach. Steeped in rainwater and taken as a drink, it helps blood spitters and is good in hip baths for dysentery and the fluids of childbirth. The juice of the kernels pressed out, then boiled and mixed with honey, is good for ulcers in the mouth, genitals, and perineum, also for pterygium, the membranes between the fingers, gangrenous ulcers, abnormal growths in ulcers, earache, and sores in the nostrils. This helps especially if the juice is pressed out of the grains of sharp pomegranates. The flowers of pomegranate, which are also called cytini, are astringent, drying and restringent, and agglutinate bloody wounds, being good for the same purposes as pomegranates. A decoction makes a mouth rinse for moist flagging gums and loose teeth, and it is put into poultices as a glue for teeth which are broken to repair the damage. Some relate that whoever swallows down 3 saitani, though ever so little, be troubled with eye sores all that year. They are juiced like hypocystis. The rinds of pomegranate, also called sedia, are also astringent and good for the same purposes as pomegranate flowers. A decoction of the roots expels and kills worms hidden in the intestines. Part 131. Ballastian. Common name now, wild pomegranate tree. Ballastium is the flower of wild pomegranate, of which there are many kinds, some white, some red, and some a rosy color. It is similar to saitini and is juiced in the same way as hypocystis. It is astringent, good for the same purposes as hypocystis and saitini, the flowers of pomegranate. Part 132. Myrcene. Common name now, broad-leaved myrtle, African myrcene. The cultivated black myrtle is more effective for bodily uses than the white, and that which grows on the hills is the best, yet it has the weakest fruit. The herb and fruit are astringent. Both the green and dried fruit are given to eat to those who spit blood, and to those troubled with erosions of the bladder. The juice of green myrtle pressed out has the same effect, being good for the stomach and diuretic. It is good with wine for the bites of harvest spiders and one stung by a scorpion. A decoction of the fruit dyes the hair. Boiled with wine and applied as a poultice, it heals ulcers that arise in the extremities of the body. Applied with flour of meal, it lessens inflammation in the eyes. It is rubbed on for ulcers in the inner angle of the eye. The wine that is made from the fruit, pressed and boiled a little for that which is not, quickly grows sour, and taken as a drink beforehand, prevents the effects of excessive indulgence, and is good for the same things as the fruit. In hip baths, it is good for prolapse of the vulva and perineum, and for women troubled with excessive menstrual flows from the vulva. It cleans dandruff, scaly eruptions of the hairy scalp, and rashes such as measles, and it prevents hair falling out. It is mixed with gentle plasters, which they call laparas, as is the oil that is made from the leaves. Similarly, a decoction of the leaves is good for bathing joints that are loosened, and joints which grow together with difficulty. For fractures that grow together with difficulty, it is effective applied with hot cloths. It cleans vitiligens, form of leprosy. It is dropped in to cure ears full of discharge, and is used for blackening the hair, and the juice does the same. The leaves themselves, pounded into small pieces and applied as a poultice with water, are good for the moisture of ulcers, all places subject to excessive discharges, and for intestinal complaints. Oil of unripe olives or a little rosaceum and wine mixed together with this are good for shingles, erysipelas, a febrile disease with skin inflammation, inflammation of the ovaries, epinictus, a pustules which appear only at night in joints. The dry leaves pounded into small pieces are effective scattered on whitlows, membranes, and on armpits and thighs that are moist, and it prevents sweats from disease of the heart. Burnt or else used raw with stiff ointment, they heal burns, membranes, and whitlows. The leaves are juiced by pouring old wine or rainwater on them and straining it out. It must be used newly made, for when old it putrefies and loses its strength. Part 132. Myrtidanon. Common name now, fungal growth on myrtle. Myrtidanum is that which grows on myrtle, unequal and standing out, similar to a wart in the same color, similar to hands clasping around the body of the myrtle. It is more therapeutic for the bowels than myrtle. Bruised and mixed with hard wine and made into pellets, it is dried in the shade and put in jars to store. It is more effective than the fruit and leaves. It is mixed with stiff ointments, suppositories, baths, poultices, and anywhere there is need of an astringent. Part 133. Cassia. Common name now, cherry, sour cherry. Serratia that are eaten when fresh are good for the intestines, and dried they stop discharges of the bowels. The gum from serratia heals an old cough taken with diluted wine. It causes a good color, sharpness of sight, and appetite. Taken in a drink with wine, it is good for those troubled with kidney stones. Part 134. Caradia. Common name now, carob tree, locust tree. The pods taken while they are fresh are bad for the stomach and loosen the intestines, but dried they stop discharges of the bowels. They are also better for the stomach and diuretic, especially combined with the remains left after pressing out grapes. Part 135. Millia. Common name now, apple. The leaves, blossoms, and sprigs of all sorts of millia trees are astringent, especially those of the quince tree. The unripe fruit is astringent, but if ripe, it is not so. Those apples which are ripe in the springtime encourage bile, are hurtful to all that is sinewy, and are flatulent. Part 136. Cudonia. Common name now, Cydonia, quince. Cydonia are good for the stomach and diuretic. If they are roasted, they become milder and good for intestinal complaints and dysentery. Raw quinces are especially good for those who spit up purulent matter and for biliousness. The water in which these have been steeped is good as a drink for those troubled with excessive discharges from the stomach or bowels. The juice of the raw ones is taken and is good for orthopnea, form of asthma, and a decoction is good in warm packs for prolapse of the perineum and vulva. In honey, or those preserved in honey, they are diuretic, but the honey takes their strength and becomes astringent. Boiled with honey, they are good for the stomach and pleasant to taste, but less astringent. The same raw fruit is put into plasters to stop the bowels, as well as for churning and burning in the stomach, inflamed breasts, spleens that have grown hard, and for joints. Furthermore, after they are well pounded and pressed, a wine is made from them, and so that it may keep longer, there is mixed with it 1 unit of honey to 16 units of juice, or else it would go sour. This is good for all the things previously specified. An ointment is made of these called melinum, which we use when we need an astringent oil. You must choose out the right quinces, small and round and with a good scent. But those which are called struthia, ostrich-like, and are big are less effective. The dried blossoms as well as the fresh are suitable in plasters made for things that need an astringent, and besides this they are good taken in a drink of wine for inflammation of the eyes, bloody vomiting, tooth sockets that discharge fluids, and attacks menstrual problems. Part 137. Melimela. Common name now, honey apples, cider apples. Melimela soften the intestines and drive living creatures from worms. They are bad for the stomach and cause a burning heat. They are called glycymilla by some, as we should say, sweet apples. The fruit of epirotica, which the Latins call orbiculate, are good for the stomach and astringent in the intestines, encouraging urine, yet less effective than quinces. Part 138. Agriomela. Common name now, crab apples, wild apples. Wild apples are similar to spring apples and are astringent, but for those things which need an astringent, you must use those which are least ripe. Part 139. Persica mela. Common name now, peach. The fruit of persica are good for the stomach and for the intestines too if ripe, but the unripe are astringent in the intestines. Dried they are more astringent, and a decoction of them dried and taken stops a stomach and intestines troubled with excessive discharges. Part 140. Armeniaca. Common name now, apricot tree. The smaller, which are called Armenian, and in Latin precoqua, premature, which are ripened before their time, are better for the stomach than the ripe apple. Part 141. Medica. Common name now, lemon. Those which are called median, Persian, or cedramella, and in the Latin citria, are known to all, for it is a tree that bears fruit throughout the whole year one under another. The fruit itself is somewhat long, wrinkled, resembling gold in color, smelling sweet with heaviness, with seeds similar to a pear. Taken as a drink in wine, it is able to resist poisons and to draw off bowels. A decoction or the juice is a mouth rinse for sweet breath. It is especially eaten by women as a remedy against their lusting, and an aphrodisiac. The leaves are thought to preserve cloths from being moth-eaten if they are put into the chests where the cloths are. Part 142. Apion. Common name now, pear. There are many kinds of pears, and they are all astringent, and therefore fit to put into repellent poultices. A decoction of the dried ones, or if they are taken raw, stops discharges of the intestines, but if they are eaten, they hurt those who eat them while fasting. Part 143. Acres. Common name now, wild pear. Acres is a kind of wild pear which takes long to ripen. It is more astringent than the pear. As a result, it is good for the same purposes. The leaves of it are also astringent. Ash from the wood effectively helps those suffocated from eating mushrooms as antidote. There are some who say that if anyone boils wild pears together with mushrooms, they become harmless. Part 144. Mespilon. Common name now, bastard quince. Mespilus, which is called aronia by some, is a prickly tree similar in leaves to the oxyacantha, bearing a sweet fruit similar to a little apple with 3 stones within, from which it is also called tricoccos, as we should say, threefold seed endowed. It is long in ripening, and if eaten is astringent, good for the stomach, and therapeutic for the bowels. Part 145. Mespilon iteron. Common name now, azarole tree. There is another kind of Mespilus growing in Italy, also called epimilus or satanium. It is a tree similar to an apple tree, even in the leaves, for it is not smaller. This also has a round edible fruit with a broad navel, somewhat astringent and slow to ripen. Part 146. Lodos. Common name now, date plum, jujube tree. Ziziphus or Indian jujube, also called the lotus tree, has a stalk of good growth, and it bears fruit bigger than pepper, sweet, edible, good for the stomach, astringent in the bowels. A decoction of the scrapings or sawdust of the wood, taken as a drink or suppository, helps dysentery and women troubled with their menstrual discharges. It also dyes the hair yellow and stops loose bowels. Part 147. Common name now, cornelian cherry, dogwood. Cranus is a strong tree that bears a wax-colored fruit similar to the olive, somewhat long, green at first, but when ripe it grows yellow or the color of wax. It is edible and astringent, good for excessive discharges of the intestines and dysentery, whether mixed with syruped new wine or eaten with meat. They are preserved in a pickle like olives. The moisture from the green leaves is burnt, and this is good rubbed on for lichen, a skin disease with red pustules. Part 148. Oua. Common name now, service tree. Uva, which are a yellowish color and not yet ripe, first cut apart and dried in the sun, are astringent for the bowels, ground up and eaten as a meal. It is eaten instead of polenta, and a decoction of them taken as a drink does the same. Part 149. Coccumelia. Common name now, prune tree, plum tree. Coccumelia is a known tree whose fruit is edible and bad for the stomach, softening the bowels, especially fruit of those from Syria and those growing in Damascus. Dried, it is good for the stomach and therapeutic for the bowels. A decoction of the leaves used or prepared in wine and gargled stops the excessive discharge that falls on the uvula, gums, and tonsils. The fruit of wild plums dried when it is ripe does the same. Boiled with syruped new wine, it becomes better for the stomach and more astringent to the bowels. The gum of the plum tree closes open cuts and sores, and taken as a drink with wine breaks kidney stones. Rubbed on with vinegar, it heals lichen, the papular skin disease on children. Part 150. Comaros. Common name now, strawberry tree, cane apples. Comaris is a tree similar to the cotoni fruit tree with a thin leaf, bearing fruit called memicilla, the size more or less of a prune, with no kernel. When ripe, it is somewhat a yellowish or reddish color, chaff. When eaten, it is bad for the stomach and causes headaches. Part 151. Amugdale. Common name now, bitter almond. Raw bitter almond seed is poisonous. The root of the bitter almond tree, bruised and boiled, takes away spots on the face caused by sunburn, as well as the almonds themselves, applied as a poultice. Applied to the forehead or temples with vinegar and rosaceum, they drive out the menstrual flow and help headaches. They are good with wine for pustules which appear at night, rotten ulcers, and shingles or herpes, and with honey for dog bites. Almonds, if eaten, take away pains and soften the bowels, cause sleep, and are diuretic. They are good for bloody vomit taken with amyl or starch and mint. They are good for inflamed kidneys and pneumonia taken as a drink with water or as a linctus or syrup with resina termenthos. Taken with raisin wine, they help those troubled with painful urination and urinary stones. They help diseased livers, coughs, and inflation of the colon. The amount of a hazelnut of the taken in a linctus or syrup with milk and honey. They keep away drunkenness if 5 to 7 of them are taken before indulging. It kills foxes when they eat it with something else. The gum of the tree is astringent and heats, and is taken in drink as a remedy for bloody vomit. Rubbed on with vinegar, it takes away impetigo, a type of skin infection on the surface of the skin. Taken in a drink with diluted wine, it cures old coughs, and it is good taken in a drink with raisin wine for those troubled with urinary stones. The sweet edible almond has a great deal less strength than the bitter, yet that also reduces symptoms and is diuretic. Green almonds eaten with their shells heal moistness of the stomach. Part 152. Pistacia. Common name now pistachio. Pistachia grow in Syria and are similar to pine nuts. They are good for the stomach, chewed or else pounded into small pieces. Taken as a drink in wine, they help those bitten by snakes. Part 153. Karua basilica. Common name now, walnut. Walnut is native to Persia, recommended by Pliny as a vermifuge. Caria basilica, which some call persica, are hard to digest when eaten, hurt the stomach, produce bile, breed headaches, and are worthless for those who have a cough, but good to make one vomit if eaten while fasting. They are antidotes against poisons eaten before or after, or with figs and rue. Eaten in a great quantity, they expel broadworms. They are laid on inflamed breasts, suppurations, and dislocations with a little honey and rue. With onions and salt and honey, they are good for those bitten by dogs or bitten by men. Burnt together with their calyx and applied to the navel, they lessen griping. The putamen, the woody part of the seed, burnt and pounded in oil and wine and rubbed on the heads of children, is good to make the hair pleasing and fills up alopecia or baldness. The kernel within is burnt, pounded into small pieces, and applied with wine to stop the menstrual flow. The kernels of old carrier chewed and then applied as a poultice cure gangrene, carbuncles, the infected boils, malignant skin tumors, ulcer or fistula in the inner angle of the eye, and alopecias or baldness out of hand. An oil is made of them bruised and pressed out. The green or new ones are sweeter and less hurtful to the stomach. As a result, they are mixed with garlic to take away the tartness of it. They take away black and blue spots when applied. Part 154. Carua pontica. Common name now, hazelnut. Caria pontica, also called leptocaria or small caria, are worthless for the stomach, yet pounded into small pieces and taken as a drink with honey and water, they cure old coughs. Roasted and eaten with a little pepper, they digest dripping fluids, and burnt whole, pounded into small pieces with goose grease or bear grease, and rubbed on, they restore hair that has fallen out from an alopecia or baldness. Some say that the shells burnt and pounded into small pieces together with oil make the pupils of gray-eyed children black if the forepart of the head is moistened with it. Part 155. Morea. Common name now, Indian mulberry. Morus or Sicaminus is a well-known tree. Its fruit makes the intestines soluble. It is easily spoiled and bad for the stomach, and the juice is the same. Boiled in a brass jar or left in the sun, it is made more astringent. A little honey mixed with it makes it good for the discharge of fluids, for gangrenous ulceration of the cheeks, and for inflamed tonsils. The strength of it is increased if alum in small pieces, galls, myrrh, and crocus are mixed with it, as well as the fruit of myrrh, iris, and frankincense. Unripe mulberries dried and pounded are mixed with sauces or roosts, and they help coeliac or intestinal complaints. The bark from the root boiled in water and taken as a drink loosens the bowels, expels broadworms from the intestines, and is an antidote for those who have taken aconitum as a drink. The leaves pounded into small pieces and applied with oil heal burns. Boiled with rainwater, wine, and black fig leaves, they dye the hair. A wine cupful of juice from the leaves taken as a drink helps those bitten by harvest spiders. A decoction of the bark and leaves is a good rinse for toothache. It is milked at harvest time, the roots dug around and cut in. The next day there will be found some coalesced gum, which is good for toothache, dissolves swellings and purges the bowels. There seem to be some wild mulberries similar to the fruit of the bramble but more astringent. The juice is less spoiled and good in warm packs for inflammation, healing ulcerated jaws, and to fill up wounds with flesh. They grow in shady and cold places. Part 156. Sucamoron. Common name now, sycamore fig, mulberry fig, Syca. Sycamorum is also called sycaminum, and the fruit is called sycamorum because of the faintness of its taste. It is a great tree similar to a fig tree, very full of juice, the leaves similar to the mulberry tree. It bears fruit twice or 4 times a year, not from the highest boughs as on the fig tree, but from the stalk, similar to the wild fig. Sweeter than green figs, but without grains, and not growing ripe unless it is scratched with a nail or with iron. It grows abundantly in Caria and roads, and places not very fertile for wheat. It helps in time of scarcity of famine by continually bearing fruit. The fruit is good for the bowels, yields little nourishment, and is bad for the stomach. The tree is milked at the beginning of spring before it brings forth fruit, the outside of the bark being broken with a stone, for if it is broken deeper in it sends nothing forth. The oozing from it is gathered in a sponge or fleece, then dried, formed into little balls, and stored in newly made jars. This juice is softening, closes open cuts and sores from wounds, and dissolves growths that ripen with difficulty. It is taken in a drink and also rubbed on against the bites of snakes, spleens that have grown hard, pains, and a cold stomach. This juice is quickly spoiled with worms. Lye is made from ashes of the burnt branches of the wild and cultivated Syca trees. You must steep the ashes long and often. It is good both for caustic medicines and gangrenous parts, for it cleans and removes things which are superfluous. It must be used by moistening a sponge in it often and immediately applying it. Give it to some as a suppository for dysentery, old discharges, and hollow, undermining, great ulcers. For it cleans, heals, covers in flesh, and closes together, similar to plasters made for bloody wounds. It is given for clotting blood together and against dripping fluids, hernia and convulsions, newly strained out with a wine cupful of water and a little oil mixed in. By itself, it helps intestinal coeliac complaints and dysentery, the amount of a wine cupful given. It is a convenient ointment with oil for those troubled with sores of the tendons and convulsions that cause sweats. It is taken as an antidote in a drink for those who have swallowed gypsum, also known as hydrous calcium sulfate or plaster of Paris, and for the bites of harvest spiders. The other sorts of lye have the same effects, especially that of the oak, and they are all astringent. The juice of the tender leaves of the wild Syca tree does the same things. When they are great with child not yet fruiting, and the eye bud has not put out, they are pounded and pressed out, and the juice is dried in the shade and stored. Both the liquid and juice are taken for the strength they have to raise or fill ulcers. The sprigs of this tree boiled with beef makes it boil quicker. They make milk more loosening if they are used to stir it with during boiling instead of a spatha. Part 157. Sucan and Cupro. Common name now, unknown. A tree grows in Cyprus that differs from these. It is an elm or ash-like tree, yet it has leaves similar to sycamine and fruit the size of prunes and sweeter. In all other things it is similar to those mentioned in Psycha. Part 158. Suka. Common name now, fig. Ripe new Psycha are bad for the stomach and loosen the intestines, but the looseness that comes from them is easily stopped. They bring out pimples and sweat, quench thirst, and extinguish heat. The dried ones are nourishing and warming, cause thirst, and are good for the bowels. They are useless for discharges of the stomach and intestines, but good for the throat, arteries, bladder, and kidneys. Those who have a poor color from a long illness, as well as asthma, epilepsy, and dropsy. Boiled with hyssop and taken as a drink, they clean away things in the chest. They are good for old coughs and long-lasting disorders of the lungs, and pounded together with saltpeter or potassium nitrate and nicus and eaten, they soften the bowels. A decoction of them is good for inflammation around the arteries and tonsils, used in a gargle. They are mixed in poultices with barley meal, fenugreek, or barley water for women's warm packs. Boiled with rue, they are a suppository for griping. Boiled and afterwards pounded into small pieces and applied, they dissolve hard lumps and soften parotid tumors, boils, and inflammatory tumors. They ripen pannus, the opaque thickening of cornea with veins, more effectively with iris, saltpeter or potassium nitrate or quicklime or calcium oxide, lime which has been burned but not yet slaked with water. Pounded raw with the things previously specified, they do the same. With pomegranate rind they clean away pterygium, the membrane on the eye, and with quicklime they cure difficult, curable, and malignant discharges in the tibia, the hollow bones, marrow, not only the tibia. Boiled in wine and mixed with wormwood and barley meal, they are good for dropsy applied as a poultice. Burnt and put into a wax ointment, they cure chilblains. The raw ones pounded into small pieces, mixed with moist mustard and put into the ears, cure noises and ringing in them. The milky juice of both the wild and cultivated figs coagulates milk like rennet, and dissolves coagulated milk like vinegar. Taken as a drink with almonds that have been pounded into small pieces, it is able to make bodies break out into boils, to open pores, loosen the bowels, and relax the womb. It expels the menstrual flow applied with the yolk of an egg or Tyrrhenian or Etruscan wax. It is good put into poultices made for gout, together with fenugreek flowers and vinegar. With polenta it cleanses leprosy, lichen, the papular skin disease, spots made by the heat of the sun, vitilogenes, a form of leprosy, parasitical skin diseases, and running sores on the head. Dropped on the sores, it helps those stung by scorpions and strikes of poisonous beasts and those bitten by dogs. Taken on wool and put into the cavities of teeth, it helps toothache. It takes away formicosum, the anthill-shaped warts, if it is rubbed on the flesh with animal fat. Olintha, some of which are called aranai, the unripe figs boiled and applied as a poultice, soften all nodules, scrofulous tumors, also known as glandular swelling and goiters. Applied raw with saltpeter, the potassium nitrate and meal, they take away anthill-shaped formicosum warts and warty abnormal growths. The leaves can do the same. Applied as a poultice with vinegar and salt, they heal running ulcers on the head, dandruff, and epinicti, pustules which appear only at night. Fig-like scabrous cheeks are rubbed with these. Vitiliginous, a form of leprosy where white areas are plastered with the leaves or branches of the black fig. They are good also with honey for the bites of dogs, and the ulcers called favi by the Latins, but by the Greeks seria. To us they are known as the honeycombed ulcers. Grossi, the unripe figs with the leaves of wild poppy draw out fixed broken bones, and they dissolve inflammatory tumors with wax. Applied with herbum and wine, they are good against the bites of rodents, spiders, centipedes, and millipedes. Part 159. Persea. Common name now, Persea, Egyptian Lebekbaum. Persea is a tree which grows in Egypt, especially in Thebes. It bears fruit fit to eat and good for the stomach, on which the spiders called cranicolopta are found. The dry leaves pounded into small pieces and applied are able to stop blood breaking out. Some have reported that this tree, when it grew in Persis, was deadly, but when transported into Egypt it was altered and became good to eat. Part 160. Iberis. Common name now, Hyberus, bitter cress, candy tuft, clown mustard. Iberis or cardomanica has leaves similar to nasturtium, more flourishing in the spring, the length of it as much as a foot or somewhat smaller. It grows in untilled places. In the summer it puts out a milky flower, and then it is more effective. It has two roots similar to nasturtium, warming and caustic. They are good for those diseased with sciatica, if a poultice similar to a plaster is made of it with salted lard of a sow and so applied and let lie for 4 hours. Afterward let the patient be put into a bath and rubbed on the places affected with oil and wine dipped in wool. Our audiobook ends here. Thank you for listening. If you want any particular book in this channel, please let us know in the comments.